All right, so it's 10 a.m. We're going to get started. Um, let's get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Yokella. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so first on the agenda, we have a packed agenda today. We tried to line up some people to give a holistic, overarching issue with housing. And then I'm going to charge the committee with giving us ideas to solicit more people to get involved. So with that, I reached out to my contacts and got some people here today that can present on some of the issues that we're facing, but this isn't going to be the only presentations we'll hear from. I'm sure we'll hear from more. And if anybody has any ideas, I'm certainly welcome to hear them. But to get started, I'm going to welcome Bob Quinn and Chris Norwood from New Hampshire Realtors Association. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us. So I am Bob Quinn. I am the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors.
And I am Chris Norwood, and I am the 2023 Public Policy Chair for the New Hampshire Association, and I'm also an owner of a real estate brokerage firm focusing primarily in the commercial real estate space, but there is a connection there with the housing crisis.
So I think our role today is sort of help you set the scene of where the housing market has been recently and potentially where it's going. Oftentimes we hear from folks the thought that the housing inventory crisis is a result of increasing interest rates or the pandemic. But hopefully we're going to walk you through some statistics and show you that this inventory crisis has been a long time in the making. And while the pandemic may have accelerated some of the issues, it's been going on now for at least a decade. So if I can get this to work. So I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is our housing affordability index. And I'm going to hand out something to you afterwards so you guys can all have a copy of this. But basically what the index says is if you have a 120 index, that means that median income across the state is 120% of what the median sale price of a home is. So 120 index is a good number. We're at 76 right now. So what that means is the median income cannot afford.
Is the one that's everything. The right,
It's just
that one just did.
spotlight.
Oh yeah. I mean, we can move that one right on. So yeah, I don't.
It's just, we'll hand out the specifics. I think it's just generally to get a sense of, of what's going on. So we're at the index at 76. So, and that's a unique thing for the first time in, since we've been distributing this index, the numbers have dropped below 100. So the majority of New Hampshire residents now cannot afford, and the median price of a home in January was $415,000. The other thing I just point to is you'll notice, and it's hard to see here, but the yellow line is single-family homes, the blue line is condos. But that affordability number started dropping around 2013, and you see a slow decline. And that's going to be a theme you're going to see throughout this. So,
Yeah, Representative Hodgson.
Thank you. If you could go back to the last slide really quick, that big spike in the middle, is that 2008? I can't really see the numbers in the
yeah, so
bottom.
2010.
This is 2010, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's sort of the recession started in 2000 and really 8, 9, and it impacted the housing industry in New Hampshire for about 5 years afterwards. So the peak was 2013 there, you see, in terms of affordability. So on median sale price, trend line going the opposite way. So pricing has gone up. And I would just point out, you'll notice that we sort of left median sale price at $200,000 at about 2013. We hit $300,000 5 years later, in 2018, we then hit 400,000 in about 2.5 years. And last year, we topped out at 460,000, and that only took 1 year. So it is accelerating as we move forward. So since 2019, pre-pandemic, single-family housing median sale prices increased 46%. It went from 300,000 in 2019 to a peak of 2022 of $440,000. Now, at this point, if you just looked at CPI from 2019 to 2022, that would be just under it should be just under 350,000. So housing, obviously, and we're $90,000 above that. So housing is accelerating much quicker than CPI is in the
So
state.
just a quick question, please. You said that it's accelerating, and it sounds like you expect that to continue. Is that correct?
I'm going to get to that in just one second.
Oh, thank you.
So that's median sale price. That's one end of the equation. And now we'll look at total number of closed sales. So in January of this year, there were a total of 628 closed sales in the state of New Hampshire. That is the lowest monthly number that we've seen since February of 2011. So as we've seen pricing increasing, closed sales are decreasing. What about demand? So this is the days in the market for an average single-family home. And you'll notice here that we're at about, in January, is about 37 days. So that's the time that it would go on the market till you get an offer that you accept. So right now in January, there was 37 days. This past summer, we saw it get as low as 13 days. So 2 weeks. You've all heard stories about houses that go on the market on a Friday afternoon. They get 10 offers and one's accepted on Monday. I think it's fair to say, anecdotally, you may not see that quite as much as you did in 2020, but I'm talking to a lot of realtors saying, hey, it's back. There are lines to showings, and I'm getting multiple offers on properties again. And keep in mind, when we're talking about January and February, that is the low point of real estate is cyclical. So you're going to start to see median price go up in the summertime. January, February is when it's at the lowest mark.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. Not explicitly to your point, but I was wondering if that's impacted the time it takes to close as well. Is that also gotten shorter, or has that basically been the same?
I think that's
understand that-
pretty much been the same. I don't think there's,
Do you have
we've
a-
seen any, we don't have any data on that. That might be something,
Do you happen to just, from your experience, have about a ballpark?
I
for-
wouldn't want to ballpark it. I mean, I've known some closings to occur very quickly in a matter of just 10 days. I've also known closings that can, because it really does become, what kind of inspections do you want? What's in the contract?
Sure.
Sometimes the property owner may want to sell the home, and I've heard stories saying, we're going to stay in this home for 6 months afterwards. You're going to rent it back to us or something like that. So the closing sometimes can take a while.
Would you cash closing? Would you say a cash close goes quicker than a finance close?
No question about it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that's always the challenge, and we just saw, there was just an article this week about that in terms of the increase on cash sales. And that's really been put a lot of pressure on first-time home buyers. Because obviously first-time home buyers, usually younger, they don't have the cash. The competition that oftentimes occurs because you've got a young couple who are looking to buy a starter home. At the same time, you have a retiree who may be looking to downsize. They've just sold their home, obviously looking at that median sale price, they have a lot of cash. So they come to the negotiation with that cash. If you're a seller, more times than not, you're going to take the cash offer because it goes quicker, less chance of a problem. So that's also a huge issue here.
Representative Reed.
Sort of a follow-up. And so you made a comparison between a young couple that might not have a lot of cash and, say, an older couple, but that's also true, obviously, of, say, corporate buyers, things of that nature. They would have the money up front. and be
Of a
more-
single-family home?
Sure.
Well, I wasn't going to bring this up, and I didn't have it on the presentation, but so I guess it's defining a corporate buyer in a single-family home. and I'm talking about single-family homes, Chris is going to talk about multifamily. So the National Association of Realtors just did a study on investment and basically corporate buyers of properties in every state in the country. New Hampshire was actually, only Alaska had fewer of those sorts of buyers than New Hampshire. Most of the corporate buyers that are occurring, you see them at Texas and Georgia lead the way. The reason is large corporations come in, they'll find opportunity, right? They're looking for opportunities. They're looking for undervalued homes. There aren't that many of them in the country right now, but in certain areas they are. So they'll go in, they'll buy up 50, 100 properties in an underserved area, and they'll fix them up. So maybe they're renting at, I'm gonna make my number, $800. They fix them up knowing that they can rent them for $1,700, $1,800 to a different type of person. And that creates, obviously, gentrification and issues with displacement. But in New Hampshire, it was 4% total single-family homes were purchased through an investment, like a corporation. But keep in mind, that includes LLCs. And as I'm sure Representative Baruti can tell you, a lot of families purchase homes through LLCs as well for tax reasons and other purposes. So,
Okay, Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your patience, and thank you for taking my question again. Just to kind of follow up on that, I'm wondering why, and I am including LLCs in that, and this may be more pertinent to multifamily, so maybe we can answer that later down the line. But there have been numerous reports of people who are going in specifically to rent out units that are paying actually over our current market rate, sometimes over 50% more than the current market rate, with the philosophy, and this is a direct quote, saying that there's no amount you can pay that wouldn't make that profitable. So I'm wondering how you kind of square what you just said with what we've seen in those comments.
I mean, I'm going to let Chris answer that question. I would just say I don't know anyone who would come into a property and say, I'll pay anything because I can make my money back. All right, so I'd be happy to, because at some point you're going to have a spreadsheet that shows you that a profit can occur. So
Okay.
I'll let, when Chris maybe we could finish
Okay,
this up.
I'll let them continue for a while, and then I'll take more questions.
All right, so I just want to point out that in the days in the market, the demand for single-family housing is still extremely strong, all right? So we have a lot of demand and not a lot of closings. So why would that be? And what we would say it's because of inventory. And again, you look at inventory here, yellow is the single-family homes, blue is condos. There has been a steady decline in inventory, total number of homes for sale over the past decade. Yes, it sort of accelerated during the pandemic, but we were already on the path for the total number of homes being for sale. So right now in January, for instance, there were about 1,300 homes in New Hampshire for sale. You know, you go back just 5 years and you can easily find up to 5,000 homes for sale. So a significant drop in inventory.
So I'm just going to encourage the committee to write your questions down. You can ask right after to allow them to present fully on everything. Thank you.
Another way of looking at inventory is supply, months of supply. So this is if everything that is on the market right now were to sell, how fast would that be depleted? So a healthy environment is somewhere between 4 and 6 months. That means buyers and sellers are on equal footing in terms of the negotiation. So we're at 1.1 months in January. And we have certainly seen that drop below 1 month as well. So that's certainly another indication that inventory is a problem. This gets to, I think, someone's question regarding where we see things where things are headed. So this is year over year median price change. So this is 2022. So on the far left is January and the far right is December. And so the January number would be comparing the change from 2021 to 2022. So for instance, in January, it was about 14% median price increase. But as you can see, as the year has gone by, the pricing is still increasing in 2022 from 2021, but the rate is starting to decline. We're at, in January, it doesn't go to January, we're now at 4%. So I guess it's a big question, you know, when we get to April, will we start to see that being zero? But again, I think it's important to put everything in context. We're comparing 2023 to 2022, when we all knew that there was a significant inventory and housing shortage. We also hear a lot of concerns, or a lot of questions that, hey, this is a national issue, so New Hampshire is no different from what's taking place elsewhere. Nationwide, the National Association of Realtors shows that there's 2.9 months of inventory. This was in December. In New Hampshire, we're at 1.3 months, so we're about 40% of what it is nationally. And if you look at certain counties in the state, it's lower than that. Hillsborough, we're under 1 month of inventory in the state in December. Not every state tracks sort of this months of inventory. We're about where Massachusetts is, but if you go to Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Texas, and other states, they're about 3 months. Significant, you want to be at that 4 to 6 months. They can kind of see it. We're still a long way from it. This next one may be hard to see, so I will email this to you, but I just threw in here some data that we have that's available on our website. This is very specific community data, so I picked randomly, of course, Manchester, Hooksett, Newmarket, and Concord. But you'll see that in each of those communities, from 2021, 2022, and 2023, median sale price is continuing to increase. Yeah, yellow is Newmarket. Yeah, yeah. Now, granted, in a Newmarket, you're looking at the number of closed sales being pretty small, but it's still, the point is, the pricing is increasing. And if you're interested in looking at your own community, we do have this. If you go to nhr.org, something called Fast Stats, you can get all this data on your local community, and it shows sort of historically median sale price going back about a decade. And this is updated every single month, so you can come back and check on it. This is from the National Association of Realtors. So Dr. Lawrence Yoon is the national economist for the Realtors. And these are sort of his predictions of what's going to happen, and also a bit of a look back. So I'm not the best PowerPoint, but the red numbers on the home price, that's New Hampshire. So nationally, for instance, in 2019, it saw a 4.9% increase. In New Hampshire, it was 6%. 2020, it went up 9.1. In New Hampshire, it went up 11.7. 16.9 nationally in 2021, 17.9. The important thing to remember here is this is always compounding. So when there's a little bit of a split in terms of New Hampshire versus nationally, even a 1%, as you start moving forward, you start separating even further. And that's what we're seeing. New Hampshire is always just above the rest of the country in terms of median sale price. And we were again in 2022. Nationally, it was 10%, and we were at 11.4. So moving forward, they're predicting a 1% median increase. So they're looking at kind of a flat market in terms of pricing, which is, again, keep in mind, we topped out at about 460 in 2022. But then they're looking at 2024, that's starting to accelerate again. Obviously, this is impact the interest rates, and the larger economy is going to impact this. But this is kind of the snapshot right now. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, members of the committee. So as I said before, I'm Chris Norwood, and I focus primarily on commercial real estate, which does also include multifamily investment sales. And we're going to throw a lot of data. There's obviously a lot of data on the PowerPoint. I didn't present a PowerPoint, so I'm happy to summarize any of this in an email. I want to just say what I've found interesting in coming to Concord over the last number of years in lobbying. What you're hearing now is from employers, and we didn't used to hear that. It used to be just, the realtors, the housing advocates, and so forth. There are employers, there are chambers of commerces, the BIA, and so forth, that see this as a huge thing, and I'll let them lend their ear to this committee to see how much employers are looking, and this is a statewide issue. A couple things on data for multifamily. If you were to go back to Bob's slide where he talked about the median price going from 200,000 and then accelerated to 300,000 and then 400, and how quick that acceleration is. So I'm going to speak specifically to Manchester for multifamily sales, and that's because the data is the most robust there. historically, there's about 300 or so properties that sell through the MLS of multifamilies in Manchester, which gives you a pretty good sample size. And I will say that the majority of the data that I'm going to talk about right now are the smaller stick-built ones. I'm not talking about the large 40 to 50 units. Those are different classifications, which I'll mention in a moment. The 4 to say 10 units, in the trough of the Great Recession, were selling $30,000 to $40,000 per door. Just before the pandemic, they were starting to sell between 70 and 90,000 a door, right? So you got, maybe it took them about 8 years to double in price. Then now, 2022, if you look at those, they're $120,000 to $150,000 a door. So it took about 3 years to almost double again, right? So the velocity is increasing. And I think what Bob said is true. The velocity of increase is a number of things. It's the incredibly low interest rate. I started this business 20 years ago, so I don't know interest rates higher than, 6.5%, right, when I started 20 years ago. But that's been the norm. Is if you look at the trend line, we were in some hyper low interest rates. We were also in a period the last 3 years of a number of stimulus dollars coming in, and a lot of these things just compounded. So I want to just kind of briefly mention that environment. And if you are looking on the rental rate side, obviously the best source of that data, and I'm also a board member of the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, full disclosure, and Ben and Heather and their team have great data, but roughly in the last 5 years, the cost of a 2-bedroom unit has grown by about 30, let's call it 30% plus or minus, right, depending upon how you want to look at it. So the overall dollar amount that people are paying for these units has gone up, but also the rental rates have gone up as well. On the higher end, cost of construction, let's talk about that for a second, because that's part of the problem, in my opinion. We've gotten to a point where the only type of construction that is affordable is large-scale construction. When you drive down 93, you'll see large buildings going up in Londonderry, right? These large, huge complexes. And I think that there's a number of reasons behind this, but quite frankly, it's economies of scale. And I think that that's the largest reason. But the price of new construction for what I will call A quality units, not B quality like that are in downtowns, these A quality are $250,000 to $300,000, and that's an all-in cost, including land. And what I find interesting about the data when you look at the cost of construction is the value of the land is increasing, but it's nominally so. So what I want the committee to understand that the price is not being driven up by people who have held on to all this land and all of a sudden now they're selling it, and that's really fueling the costs. It's the soft cost, the legal fees, the engineering fees, the architectural fees. It's the overall cost of construction. And those costs are weighing heavily on development projects. And again, I think that that's why we're seeing these larger scale projects, because the inflection point for construction is at least 40 units to make a go at a new project. Just staying with that large and small, why don't I just go here? I don't want to leave here with a bunch of negative pieces. So I just want to consider a couple areas where I see for opportunity. And I think being in the field, one of the things that I see is we need to create incentives for the small and medium-sized contractors. And how can we get something that's less than 40 units built? Because I respect the fact that not every community wants a 100-unit complex sitting outside of their main street. And so, some bills that have that are in this session or previous sessions, anything that can support increased density, particularly where there's already municipal water and sewer, and we don't have to concern ourselves with building excess septic systems. I think those are positive things. ADUs, which is something that this body passed a number of years ago, that has been helpful. But something to allow for increased density broadly across the state, we see as a positive. And I'll leave on this one statistic, which is OSI, and I believe OSI is no longer NHBEA now tracks this data. But the OSI has been tracking for a number of years the total number of building permits. And if you ever look at the data and you graph it, everyone knows, Great Recession years and so forth. We were at a state producing 7,000 to 9,000 building permits just before the Great Recession. By no means am I stating we should go back to overbuilding, and we could talk about whether 7,000 to 9,000 was overbuilding. But then after the Great Recession, we didn't break 3,000 for a number of years. Finally, in 2000, I think 20 or 2021, we got up to 5,000. And I think as Bob was talking earlier, there is kind of there are ranges which we should all strive to. I think New Hampshire it needs to be in that 4,000 to 5,000 building permits per year. How we get there, I want to emphasize there's no silver bullets. I mentioned a couple bills that I personally think are positive, but overall, we cannot seek a silver bullet. I think we all have to acknowledge that we're going to have to do a number of different things to encourage development to increase that supply. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Quinn, you had mentioned that there'd been a steady decline in the inventory of homes for sale in New Hampshire. So the question that I wanted to ask is, do you have any idea why this is so?
So I don't think there's probably not one answer to that. I mean, obviously, a lot of folks want to come to New Hampshire. We've seen, although it's happening now in Maine and Vermont as well, there's been more of an influx into the state than you've seen in other parts, certainly of New England, where there maybe has been an outflow of population. But clearly, I think it gets to Chris's point, which post-recession, the number of permits that were being issued were extraordinarily low. So we weren't building enough homes, units, apartments, in order to satisfy the demand. And I think that's, the simple part of it, and we kind of believe if the legislature empowers the individual, the private property owner, to utilize their property in a manner that they feel is of best use, then a lot of this inventory issue will subside over time. It's oftentimes when government, local governments especially, kind of get involved, it can really increase dramatically the price of construction, and in some ways limit the ability of that property owner to provide the necessary units the state needs.
Representative Viocello. Thank you. In your discussions about the selling price, you were essentially, I think, kind of grouping everything together. Do you have any data as far as like dollar per square foot, if that is going up, or dollar per acre, as far as maybe, I guess that would help as far as what types of buildings, maybe, is this a building that was previously $100,000 and is tiny and now is $400,000 that's being sold? Or are we just building giant buildings and not building small buildings that would possibly bring this number down? Is kind of what I'm, if you built a smaller building that was $150,000, that might bring the average down. Whereas if we're building all $400,000 houses, then obviously the median is going to be above 400,000, right? And so that information would be valuable to me. Thanks.
And if I could, not statistics, but anecdotally, we are building more and more studios and more really efficiencies, 500-ish square feet. And we're no longer building as many 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. And we can talk about motivations behind that. But I mean, I know my first crash pad out of college was a 3-bedroom unit. We split it 3 ways. But now you have an efficiency which costs, that same price point. But the newer construction or the new trend in multifamily tends to be smaller units.
And then just to go to your point, I think the key thing that we would want to underscore is the need for more density. So whether or not that's multifamily or it's single-family homes, a subdivision, developers can build more densely. It's good for the developer, and it's also good for the potential renter or buyer because they can do things at a more affordable price. Density.
Great. Representative Adjutant, Representative McConkey after.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the presentation today. I think it's very informative. On a more cosmic level beyond, excuse me, just identifying the problem, but justifying fixing the problem. In the legislature, especially in last year with a couple of the fourplex bills, one of the arguments that I heard made from the floor of the House was, well, a lot of us in the legislature have invested our time and money over the years, and now our home value has gone up, and we are concerned that passing this fourplex bill will decrease the value of those homes. And it seems that one of the major roadblocks to addressing this very important problem is the fact that some folks will see a threat in a decrease of the value of their homes. So I'm kind of curious as to what the elevator pitch is from the New Hampshire Realtors Association as far as the justification for not just identifying the problem, but why it's important to fix it.
I don't know if this is specifically to that bill, Representative, but I think in general, our communities thrive when there are people moving in. And I think that in New Hampshire, we've been fortunate, even though we've had a declining birth rate, declining school population for about 2 decades now, we've been the beneficiary of net in-migration. And I think the challenge that I see generally for all housing bills is if we stop seeing that net in-migration, if we stop giving opportunities for people to come in and grow and have kids, those are the people that make the community thrive. Those are the people working. Those are the people spending money at the local coffee shops. And so I think that perhaps, again, not specifically to that bill, but I see any sort of increase in the number of homes being built in a community or a denser apartment building being built in an urban environment. I see that as money that is going to help the beauty salon, the coffee shop, the et cetera, et cetera. So I see it as an economic stimulus conversation.
Any other questions? Representative McConkey.
Thank you, I believe the question is for Mr. Norwood. Thank you. Appreciate that. For Mr. Norwood, you spoke of in the Manchester area that multifamily 4 to 5 units, I think you were speaking, 4 to 10 units. You used a number of the selling price or buying price right now to be somewhere between $120 and $150 a door. I understand that. Do you have any data that tells you as you move north of Concord where that number is? Is it 10%, 20% less? Do you have any data like that, please?
I can grab that data, and I think Bob said it earlier, is the data becomes thinner. So it's I just want to be cautious that we don't try and make any conclusions off of one property that could skew it, but we certainly can look up that data.
And Mr. Chairman, if we could just ask that the presentation be sent to you and then distributed to us, if you would, please.
That'd be great. Thank you. Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for Chris. In order to sort of like work around the desire of towns to keep the density low, would it be possible to do a sort of like I say, 100-unit scattered site project to beat the density conundrum? And does that work with economies of scale in mind? So I'm thinking about phased construction. For instance, a developer buys 5 parcels in a town, and then, because they're scattered in different areas. So would it be feasible to develop 100 units, phasing in the project?
And Representative, thank you for the question. And it is a personal passion of mine to figure out that riddle. There are challenges, broadly speaking, in terms of engineering, needing multiple driveways that you can get a fire truck through, right? So it's not just aesthetic issues. There are life safety concerns for scattered sites as well. But I understand, and I do think that that should be part of the solution. And whether or not it's a large developer putting in 3 sites scattered throughout a neighborhood, or whether that is a smaller person who somehow we can make the economies work to put up a 12 unit that may not be as offensive perhaps to other questions in the community may be more positive.
Representative Gibbs?
Thank you. As a follow-up on Representative Di Lorenzo's question, are you familiar with the use of scattered site development in federally funded housing? I should tell you, I'm a 29-year employee of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and was involved with many developments of various types of federal funding, and scattered site development became more and more common over the years that I worked there, and has been done successfully in many places throughout New England.
Representative, let's connect after this because that's awesome to hear. And I'm not as familiar with that. No, I'd like to learn more.
Representative Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Speaking of more scattered, decentralized methods of getting to increased supply, I heard you say probably my current 3 favorite letters, which is ADU. And for full disclosure, I'm the prime sponsor of the ADU bill.
Could you tell us what ADU stands for?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, accessory dwelling units. Currently, I think the year before I was elected, a bill passed to allow every homeowner, owner-occupied homeowner, to build 1 accessory dwelling unit. Towns were allowed to have certain restrictions on them, but they would have it by right. I have in my bill proposed to increase that to 2 with certain other restrictions in place. So, sorry for the background. So my question is, because it seems that you kind of support this, but the committee recently ITL'd it on what I believe to be misunderstandings of the situation. One of the things they said was they were afraid, well, I heard after the fact that they were worried about property values. And is it your experience places that have built ADUs somehow decreased the neighborhood property values at all? To kind of reference Representative Adjutan's question.
So we are not appraisers, so it may be a good idea to bring in an appraiser at some point. However, I've talked to appraisers about this issue because it comes up quite a bit. There was a tiny home bill a couple of years ago. Same argument was made. And I talked to appraisers and they were like, listen, you can't make that judgment on a global scale. You'd have to know exactly what's the neighborhood is, what it looks like. But they said generally that's not going to be a factor as they're appraising a property. So yeah, we wouldn't certainly find that to be.
And just to follow up very briefly, if the chair would allow it. So obviously, usually it increases that actual property value of that property that has more and it helps home buyers buy homes because if you have rental income inherent in your property, you can afford your mortgage more easily. But you're saying in terms of the neighborhood values, there's no reason to expect, especially in the trickle way that ADUs would be built, not a wave, but yeah, okay, thank you.
And I would just point out also on the ADU issue, the example, I was just talking to somebody. So they're developing an ADU in Manchester. Their mother is going to leave her home in Manchester and move into the ADU. Now her mother's home is going to be available for someone to move in. All right, the value of his home is going to increase. He's going to end up paying more in property taxes for that. So the city is going to benefit. Nobody is utilizing any services more than they were before. So it's a great opportunity for that type of activity. What we always say is sort of we want to see everything above the line. Anything you can think of helps, because the most important thing is people are moving around. It's very challenging to build a single family home. It doesn't really matter what size it is, just because of all of the soft costing. That's going to be less than $500,000. But don't look at that as being necessarily a bad thing because a first-time home buyer can't afford it. Someone who was in a $300,000 house currently is going to move into that $500,000 home, and that frees up their $300,000 home, right? And maybe that person who's buying the $300,000 home was in an apartment. Now their apartment's going to be available. So the more housing we have, period, it's going to start alleviating some of these issues. So it's sort of everything above the line.
Everything, right? Representative Ucala, Representative Walsh after.
Thank you. I guess it's possible you don't know, but the ADUs have been around for a number of years. Have you seen issues with maybe people that want to put in ADUs and are not able to? Is there demand, I guess, for houses with ADUs already built? Have you seen any kind of like desire to see that? And is there any struggles that you know about, or maybe people that we should talk to as far as struggles that about implementing those?
Yeah, I think as far as ADUs, and we certainly, I can think of a couple stories, but one in particular where it's not a slam dunk to get an ADU. So just because we have now a bill that previously passed that said, you know, you can build an ADU on your residence, doesn't mean that you can just go in tomorrow and just start building. And oftentimes there's a lot of regulatory environment that exists within the town or the city that can be daunting. It can take months. So whether or not this body should start creating a fast lane, so to speak, for that's maybe another policy type question. But I will say that it's not just because we passed that bill a number of years ago doesn't mean that you can go out tomorrow and put up an ADU. Towns still do have authority to make sure that the ADUs, you know, have size restrictions and so forth.
Representative Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my questions. The first one, I have two actually, if it's okay. First one goes to cost. And I saw some of the graphs from this distance showing the spike in building cost of well, I mean, the sale cost right now. What was the effect, or do you have any statistics to show percentage-wise, how much the cost of building materials affected the total costs? Only because I'm in the business and I know everything quadrupled basically. And so that had to have a bearing. I don't know if you know how much of a bearing. And then a similar follow-up to it is now that things have settled down to about maybe 10% more than they were pre-COVID, do you see the prices maybe trending down again?
I'm actually going to look, and maybe this is
Yeah, we have
Yeah, the guys
some
from
developers that
Elmwood,
are
were you guys
coming
gonna
up right
talk about
after that, be able to
construction
explain that.
costs? Yeah. So I think you're going to get a good insight on the construction cost from folks that are building. They could probably answer the question better than I.
Okay. And if I can, this one is probably for them. You mentioned the healthy amount of building permits. Do you have any data that shows it regionally, town by town even possibly? Only because I read an article somewhere before I knew I was going to be on this committee that a lot of the towns in southern New Hampshire have actually increased their inventory from 200 to 300%, but it was actually the municipalities, the larger towns, that were only growing at about 40%. So it'd be neat to see if we could look at it regionally.
So this used to be the Office of Strategic Initiatives who put out this. Now it's New Hampshire BEA, who I see behind me. So they can give you sort of an update on that. I think that it does get to a point, though, and another issue as you're thinking about a public policy position moving forward is we see certain communities which are working diligently to expand permitting and increase the inventory of housing. We see other communities who are not as open to that, who might be neighboring. So when we talk about local control, we all want local control. We all respect the need for it. But at times, there also has to be recognition that sometimes one town's local control starts to negatively impact a neighboring town's local control. And we've seen that in a number of communities across the state. So it's something also to consider as you're moving forward with solutions.
Thank you. And Owen, if you could send that over to us, or Noah, I'm sorry, Noah, if you can send that over to us, that'd be great. Thank you. Representative Rudy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, the cost of housing has risen so much we see a lot of out-of-state buyers coming in. Do you have any numbers of people from out of state coming in and where they're coming in from?
So Representative Baroudi, I actually wrote Massachusetts, New Hampshire on the top of my page because I did want to say that. That was mentioned earlier. We do not. but I know that Ben and Heather from New Hampshire Housing Finance did do a study, and they looked at 21 over 2020. I don't know if they have 22 over 21 yet, but listen, I drive by an open house, all I see are Massachusetts plates. At least that's what I think I see, right? But the reality is when we look at the data, there has been an increase. It was, as I recall, a 2 to 3% increase of overall out-of-state buyers, not just Massachusetts. Let's not just pick on them. And so it is an increase, but it's not as dramatic statewide. Locally, Rockingham County, Hillsborough County, I think that we need to look at the data a little bit more narrowly, but it's, Massachusetts isn't the only one to blame for our problem.
That's why I asked where they're from.
But yeah, I do believe New Hampshire Housing does have that data.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Representative Reed.
Thank you. Once again, so I want to I don't think you'll have this information, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Because when we talk about, out-of-state buyers, there's this like kind of negative, like, oh no. But we also at the same time talk all the time about trying to attract more young people to the state. That means out-of-state buyers. So do you have data on what percentage of those people might be younger?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. The data that I believe was collected and talked to Ben and Heather, but I believe it was based upon the Registry of Deeds information and where their outbound deed and their inbound deed was, those types of things. So that wouldn't capture their age or any other demographic profile.
Great. Does anyone else from the committee have a question? Okay. Thank you very much for the two of you.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to pass this off to Representative Baruti to introduce our next witnesses. If you'd like to.
Anybody need a break? Okay.
All right, let's go right into it.
Oh, wait, did I get, all right, it's my great pleasure to introduce you to a company out of, I don't know where they're from now, Manchester or Hooksett. I know they're moving. The Elm Grove Company is a very, very well-known, well-respected real estate company, developer, and they have a lot of affordable housing. They will kind of touch on everything from soup to nuts on how they acquire property, how they finance it, how they build it, how they manage it. And this is a one-stop shop when it comes to affordable housing, because they're going to be probably one of the biggest affordable housing landlords in the state. They're very well respected, as I said. I know that in September, it'll be 9 years when I was diagnosed with cancer. And I wound up going to Elm Grove, and they took me and my office in and babysat my people while I was going through treatments, and I'll never forget that. They're a great group to work with, and like I said, it's a big asset to the community. They're moving out of Manchester into Hooksett, so Hooksett's going to have a great company to work with. They're going to be a jewel for Hooksett, believe me. So without further ado, I don't know who's going to be doing the speaking, but Newton, you want to introduce your people?
Yeah,
Newton
I'll kick
Kershaw.
off. Can you guys hear me okay? Thank you, Representative Baruti. I'm Newton Kershaw. I'm a principal at Elm Grove Companies. I'll try to give just a high-level overview about what our company is and our experience so you have a context.
Do you want to introduce your other people too? Well,
And do you need access to the TV for a PowerPoint or anything?
And then I'm going to be introducing my partner, Matt and Chris. And from a technology perspective, Matt can answer that question. We have someone patched in from Florida, which I think is just going to be on this computer. So I think we should be self-sufficient there.
okay.
So at Elm Grove, we have our headquarters in Manchester. You alluded to us moving to Hooksett. We are trying to move our headquarters there. That's true. We are a vertically integrated real estate investment company. So what that means is we have about 85 employees. We do our own construction, our own property management, our own property maintenance. We have a brokerage, meaning a real estate brokerage arm, And currently, we own and operate about 1,500 apartments. Those are our own apartments, and we also do third-party property management. The majority are our own apartments. Of those apartments that we do both market rate apartments and affordable apartments. And so by definition, market rate means there's no restrictions to the rents that are able to be had there, just what the market commands. And affordable means that there is a ceiling on, the amount of rent that we can charge. Historically, we have done what are called flips. We've bought, renovated, and resold over 400 single-family homes in over 65 communities. We've built ground-up single-family homes, so that is not something that we do now. Historically, we've done a lot of renovation of pre-existing distressed properties. But in addition to that, now we're also building out of the ground, including low-income housing tax credit projects, one of which is in Salem, New Hampshire. We're building 74 apartments out of the ground now. We are converting 96 apartments in Rochester, New Hampshire, from market rate to affordable. Those were built in 1987. We're converting those and working to develop another 200 or 300 units out of the ground via permitting in Rochester, New Hampshire. So that's kind of a broad brush of the types of things that we get into. And Representative Baruti said for me to bring in some materials. I'll pass around a little brochure that we had put together when we renovated some property here in Concord back in 2017. So I'll just pass that around, but I'm going to pass it off to my partner, Matt Menning, who is our Director of Operations and Head of Operations, and also Chris Schleier, who is our partner and Head of Property Management. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to come up, and thanks for inviting us, Representative Baruti. We hope that today we don't have a slide deck and a big presentation. I want to talk at you for an hour and a half. Would be just more of a discussion. And we've also invited, which I'll reveal in a second, Stephen Lewis. He is trying to get into retirement and is almost there. So he's joining us from Florida. Stephen is a very seasoned developer in the state. We've been working with him closely over the past couple of years on our affordable development management. And so we felt that inviting him to join us today would really augment the presentation and discussion. Steve has had a lot of experience in multiple communities with planning boards, zoning boards, working with New Hampshire Housing, dating back to the 1980s. And he's developed, I'll let Steve discuss that, but he's done dozens of projects, maybe hundreds, we'll see. But he's very experienced. And the way I think we would organize maybe the discussion, and you tell us if this works, but start at the first part of the development phase, land development, permitting, entitlement, then move into the financing, underwriting, construction, and finally the lease up, management, and ongoing compliance, especially as it relates to the low-income housing tax credit programs.
I think that sounds great, and I
Okay.
think specifically maybe outline some of the roadblocks that you'd run into
Yeah.
at each step of the process too would be great for the committee.
Perfect. So I think with that, I'll probably, Steve, turn you around here and make sure everyone can hear you. Can you hear us, Steve?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Let me turn you so
right.
you can face the committee.
I'm facing another committee.
Can you everyone
Morning,
hear
guys.
Steve all right? All right. All right. How about now?
All right, can you hear me?
All right. So Steve, if you want to introduce yourself a
Sure.
little bit, and you can
Um,
start off with the land development area.
Sure. Well, I think to begin with, I'm not a stranger to being in front of the legislature and testifying on housing issues. I work closely with Elliot Berry at New Hampshire Legal Assistance, which may seem like a strange marriage, but housing is not a partisan issue. Housing is not a left or a right issue. I think One of the things that's important for you to know is that I'm an endangered species because I'm actually a New Hampshire native who still lives in the community he was born in. And I'm past president of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. So that's kind of a background. And don't hold it against me. I did work for the Department of Commerce for 3 years. Please don't hold that one against me. But basically, I think it's important to know that I have been involved in the affordable housing industry since 1980. I started in the building business in 1972. Yes, I am older than Durit. But interestingly, I got involved in the affordable side of it when I was accosted by a former school teacher complaining why she was forced to move out of the community she had lived in all her life now that she was retired. And she blamed me, the builder, for not producing affordable housing. And when I told her I'm not allowed to build affordable housing, she thought I was coming up with an excuse. And I think this story is interesting. Back at that point, there was a New Hampshire Housing Commission, which I heartily suggest that you might think of re-upping again, because the New Hampshire Housing Commission's entire sole focus was housing advocacy and making sure that local communities just follow New Hampshire's Constitution and law. And I invited them to come to a planning board meeting. And I said I would propose an affordable senior housing project, and I wanted them to see what would happen. So the New Hampshire Housing, the director of the New Hampshire Housing Commission, and Dolores Desatel from HUD, and the school teacher went to a planning board meeting, and they said, well, why are you proposing this? You know, Ms. Lewis, we don't allow it. I said, well, I would just like to know what your feelings are about providing affordable senior housing in this community. And they went around the room and they said, we don't want those kind of people in our community. Now, if I had said, I don't want to build units for those kind of people, I would violate the Federal Fair Housing Act. So if you want to know the roadblocks, that was 26 years ago, and it's still out there. And unfortunately, it's more of a lack of information. I think there are people that have misconceptions about the effects of affordable housing in a community. And I think this is not an isolated example, but that meeting resulted in a 4-year class action lawsuit. And we actually proved that the town of Atkinson literally discriminated against low and middle income people by their zoning practices. And I know that sounds harsh, but it was the best thing that happened. If you ask people in Atkinson now, the sky didn't fall, Chicken Little was wrong, Atkinson has balanced housing, and we have one of the lowest tax rates in Rockingham County. So that's just the background. I'm here to answer questions about what you can do in a positive way. But after that lawsuit, I had built a very successful project, senior project in Atkinson. I built very successful projects in Salem, New Hampshire. I'm now being approached by communities. Mr. Lewis, would you do a project here, because we know it will be done and we won't get sued. So it's sort of respect and fear produces similar results. There are some things that if you would like, I can send you. There's an independent study done by Bruce Mayberry, commissioned by New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. It is a 2-year study on the effects of affordable housing on a community. He studied all the low-income housing tax credit projects that had been built in the last 10 to 12 years. That is a very important study because it's an independent third-party study, and it smashes the myths many communities have about the negative effects of affordable housing, because that's the biggest problem in the state. misconceptions. Plus, a prejudice against workforce housing, those kind of people has been said to me more than once, unfortunately. So I won't go into any more stories, but I think attitude impacts the housing crisis. So when somebody says, why does New Hampshire have a housing shortage? It is completely man-made.
I'm sure that this committee has heard that message before. We're probably just trying to reinforce that. The difference between different municipalities and how they approach housing, whether it's affordable or market rate, single family, it's very, very different. You have towns that are very supportive, that are very open to facilitating the process, and you have towns that are very against it to the point of discrimination, right?
Right.
Is the committee aware of I think it was a year or two ago, that Josiah Bartlett did Center did a study on the impact of different zoning regulations throughout the state? If not, we could follow up with that as well.
And we have another presentation later today specifically on zoning. There's some new research out on New Hampshire zoning.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's in terms of obstacles, it's one of the biggest. And from a developer standpoint, you are either faced with the decision that Steve had of starting a lawsuit to try to move a project forward, or just not doing business in that town, and then that town doesn't have housing built. So you've got a fraction then of the state that's really kind of open for business to build new housing. And the way they do it is, you'll learn a lot more, I'm sure. Setbacks, minimum lot sizes, density restrictions, many barriers to building the type of property that can be built in an affordable fashion, right? Density is huge. If you need to have a 50-acre site to build 50 units, the land costs make it a non-starter immediately, if you even get the approval in the first place, right? There's many other ways that planning boards can slow down the process. That's another big problem, is the time it takes. Steve, I don't know, if you have any stories of the longest and the shortest time it's taken to get permits and entitlement, but it's minimum a year and a half in my experience.
Yeah, it's a minimum, certainly a minimum is a year and a half. But one of the things that towns have done, and it sort of creates a de facto exclusionary, yet that they look like, no, we're providing for affordable housing. Limiting the number of units per building, I'm not talking about increasing density, but when a community says if you want to do affordable housing, they have to be in duplex or quadruplex. There is no way that you can create an affordable housing unit without shared economies of, units being stacked together. So that's one of the classic things that communities restrict the number of units per building. And there are so many unique and positive ways to build affordable housing without destroying, if I hear it one more time, the rural character of a community. Well, traditional New England communities had all forms of affordability in housing. It's only in the 20 years, with the influx of new people who are supposedly coming to New Hampshire for the New Hampshire spirit, have changed it through these exclusionary practices. But I think it would be good to invite communities who have worked on and developed successful affordable housing overlay zoning that can prove that it's not wall-to-wall apartments. I know that in Londonderry, the former town manager, Kevin Smith, came up with a unique way of doing it. I know Ross Moldoff, Salem's town planner, sat down and we worked together. They got a grant from New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority to develop an overlay for workforce housing. I think those experiences might be helpful, and I'm sure they would be willing to come and share how they did it.
Representative Brody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can't help what local zoning and planning the boards do. We, yeah, we were formed to study this problem and see if there's something we can do on a state level to help you, to help the process along. You know, like, we don't have home rule here, but I think we can pass something down the line that might be able to help. And we're looking to you for the problem you think we can fix. Thank you.
Is there any? That was not, okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, I was very impressed by your story about being able to resolve the problems in terms of developing affordable senior housing. As we all know, it is much more difficult to develop affordable family housing than it is to develop affordable senior housing. And I wonder if you have any stories that are relevant to efforts to develop affordable family housing.
Yes, well, first off, thank you for bringing that up. I started with affordable senior housing because I was accosted by a school teacher who was mad at me for not doing affordable senior housing. But I grew up poor. You need to know that. I lived in a house that had no central heat and no central plumbing. And so when I talk to these pompous planning board members sometimes, I guess I'm one of those kind of people. But I have made it as I got older, my give back is I do not do a project unless 50% of the units are workforce. And I have found communities willing to negotiate that and say, okay, we're going to allow you, let's say, a 20% density increase, and you do it in a planned unit development that you can't see from the road. At least 50% of the affordable units must be family affordable. And it's worked. It's worked in Salem. It's working in other communities that I've worked in, but it's a negotiation. Your committee on what the state can do, if the state would just enforce its existing, we don't need any new laws. Towns are violating New Hampshire laws. Towns are violating New Hampshire's Constitution. I know you don't want a whole bunch of printed stuff, but I would like to send you the study, but I'd also like to send you the master's report on our discrimination lawsuit that quotes New Hampshire's Constitution section by section, pointing out that the free flow of people between communities is a right under New Hampshire's Constitution. And communities, Matt had mentioned how one community will block it, and what happens, it's unfair to the other communities that are allowing it because they are dumped on. Derry is a perfect example of a community which allowed multifamily, and all the bedroom communities around it said, go live in Derry. And Atkinson used to say, go live in Haverhill, Mass. So that socially engineering a community is against the law and unconstitutional. You could help by creating an authority that doesn't depend on money, that there's someone out there that's independent, objective, that looks into communities for violating law without someone having to sue. I'm glad there's a Housing Board of Appeals, but there should be a process where you shouldn't have to get equity by suing somebody. So you really should look at reconstituting the New Hampshire Housing Commission. It wasn't an expensive, I think it had at the most 2 or 3 employees, and it was independent. That's something you could look into.
I would really echo
Um,
Steve's thoughts.
Follow
on
up,
that as
Mr.
well.
Chairman?
It would help. New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, which was given that task 20 years ago, they're busy trying to loan out money to create affordable housing. They don't have the time to do the advocacy, and they're also a little concerned. They don't want to irritate someone in the legislature, and then they might get less money for next year's affordable housing. So it really is a unique job. In most states, have a separate housing commission for that reason, to make it independent. That would, it would be, there are plenty of board members that just want to know what to do, that's right. And it would be nice if there was a state agency that was there with the sole responsibility. I would like to send you the master's report because he's done all your homework. He analyzed what was wrong with local communities' exclusionary zoning, and he pointed out where they violate New Hampshire law. And that lawsuit changed zoning in our area, but it was in the southern part of the state where exclusionary zoning started.
Thank you, Stephen. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I would be very grateful to receive a copy of that study on the effects of inclusionary zoning.
I will send both of those. I'm sure Matt, just get me who would like them and I'll email them. I have them electronically.
If you can send that to the entire committee, that would be great. Mr. Lewis, thank you. Representative
Yes, Steve,
Walsh.
I'll help facilitate that. Sure.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I'm one of those pompous planning board people. The study that you are going to provide, I'll ask the same question I did before. Is there any data out there from anybody that can look at what you call balanced housing, and which towns have balanced housing and which ones don't?
The study that I'm referring to shows the effects of affordable housing on communities. We didn't point fingers. We didn't name who abused it. We just demonstrated so people can see that the affordable housing doesn't lower property values, doesn't create traffic problems. I was even surprised at the density in these projects, how many school children they produce. That's important information that is many times misconstrued or intentionally misconstrued. I've had that happen, where they're saying this workforce housing project is going to cause 40 children in the school system, and the best source of statistical information are the existing projects in New Hampshire. My workforce housing projects, per capita, per unit, how many children do you think are in a typical workforce housing building per unit?
We're not going to have the committee answer that question. I'd just like you to let us know if you could.
Sure. It is an average building. The density per unit is 1.25, and the number of children, school children, in an average building of 30 units is about 3. Not what you would think. And that is because the average occupancy in a workforce housing project is a single parent with a child. Or, believe it or not, a divorced person with no children who is working in the local restaurant or working at Walmart. And that's another misconception. Workforce housing, people have to work. They have to have a background check. They have to have a credit check. So there's a misconception out there that these are socialized, subsidized people sitting on the front step all day long, and it's just not true.
If I may add to that, I think the misconception comes from another form of affordable housing, which is project-based Section 8 housing, which
Right.
is subsidized rent. And in those cases, I think the stigma may be more accurate. And you don't see a lot of those projects being started these days. The low-income housing tax credit program restricts the rent, but the resident still is expected to have income and to pay that rent rather than having it subsidized. Right?
Okay, Representative Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the follow-up. I guess I'm still trying to get the question answered. Are there any studies out there by anybody, whether it's the planning commissions, that actually can show you what each town has in housing type inventories? That's the answer, that's the question. It's
I-
either a
I
yes
have-
or a no.
I would have to check, and Steve, you may know, but I believe that the Bartlett study may have documented
Right.
that. So when we
I
send that,
think that-
I believe that's in there.
Also, I think Ben Frost, are you familiar with Ben?
Ben Frost is presenting today at 1:30, so
There's
we'll
a
hear
good
it.
person, there's a good person to ask, because he's not only a lawyer, don't hold that against him, he's also a degreed planner, and he used to be the assistant director of the New Hampshire Office of State Planning. So he has been in this, and he's a planning board member. He would be an enormously positive source for statistical information.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
You all set, Representative Walsh? Representative Gibbs and then Representative Yocella.
Thank you. Just in reference to Section 8 housing, okay, I can't phrase this as a question, it's just going to have to be a statement. I'm a retired HUD employee of 29 years. I'm very familiar with federally funded housing, including Section 8. Indeed, there is very little Section 8 project-based housing being done anymore. And certainly, when you refer to something being subsidized, obviously, Section 8 housing is subsidized. That's what Section 8 means. It's a federal subsidy. And indeed, there is a lot of stigma out there about federally subsidized housing as to whether the stigma is accurate that the residents of that housing are sitting on their front steps all day, living on other people's money. That is something that I would say is not accurate, and I just wanted to put that out there, again, as someone who's very familiar with these issues. Thank you.
I would tend to agree with you. That seems to be what people picture, right? When you have these kind of conversations and you're trying to fight against that image, whether it's Section 8 or low-income housing tax credit, people picture what you just stated, right? People sitting on the front steps, not working, right? And it's very instructive to take people who aren't familiar around to a group of properties and show them, hey, we'll do a tour for a day. We'll look at 5 or 6 properties. At the end, you ask them, all right, so which of those do you think were workforce or affordable housing, which were market rate? And we kind of do a little trick because they're all workforce and they're all beautiful. They look just like market rate housing. They're well landscaped. The facades are nice. The cars in the parking lot are what you'd expect. They're very, very normal. It meets the expectation of what housing would be as any kind of apartment community. People's eyes are open pretty wide with that. So I don't know if that's within the purview of the committee, but sort of a awareness campaign or an education campaign, maybe through a housing commission, as Steve suggests, would be valuable. Make it mandatory training for town officials. I don't know.
We tried that, that has been tried before. So.
Okay.
Something about that word mandatory.
Mandatory really hurts feelings. So, I'm gonna let
Suggested, perhaps, yeah.
Representative Yocella is next.
Could comment on Section 8 housing. I was one of the last developers of a Section 8 project in Hampstead, New Hampshire. I could be wrong, but I believe there is no such thing as new Section 8 projects in the entire nation. That project was done away with. There is existing Section 8 vouchers, but there are no new Section 8 construction projects. So
Yeah.
I agree that it's an education project, and this, by having a commission that's sole duty to correct some of this misinformation, but it is a prejudice that people have that's unfounded and can be easily dispelled by education. Again, and I didn't mean to offend anybody, but if you knew the sarcastic comments that have been said about me by planning board members who don't know me and don't know my background, there are some people that are on boards not for the reason of doing planning, but for the reason of social engineering their community. Now I sound like some left-wing, trust me. I grew up on a farm, and my father was put out of business by the people that moved into our town and changed how property was assessed. And then they couldn't understand why all the farms disappeared because they assessed the farmers who had lots of frontage on existing streets as if they were individual lots. The tax bill came in. My father couldn't afford to keep the farm because his tax bill went from like $2,000 to $30,000. And it was all done by that social engineering of changing the zoning, and and so it forced my father to sell his property to a developer, and they subdivided the farm. So they created the problem they were trying to avoid. And that's a true story. My father sold milk to Hood Milk Company and was forced out of business by zoning.
Representative Ocala.
Thank you. So I'm actually interested in the communities being outed, as far as like there was some talk about how Londonderry was maybe doing some stuff right, but I'm also interested in communities that are closed for business as far as housing, whether or not you feel comfortable doing that, in this meeting, that's fine. You can do it in via email or whatever. As far as like towns that may have zoning that is not receptive to housing, so and even rules within the zoning that may be onerous or inappropriate. I know that I try and find those things in my own local community, and I do as much as I can to find other communities, the information in other communities, but it's definitely with 240 plus communities, it's hard to be up to date on all the different communities. So examples of some communities would be definitely helpful for me to be able to pinpoint like this is an issue, and then see if it's in other communities, and especially when I'm trying to talk with other legislators that's view that local control is paramount. I have to be able to have examples of abuses of that to be able to dispel that they're just that no guidance or guardrails need to be placed in to protect the property rights of the individual. So,
And Mr. Lewis, without naming specific towns, maybe give us some rules that you've seen that or ordinances that may have conflicted.
I could take that for a second too. I believe the Bartlett study actually gives a bit of a scorecard for how restrictive or non-restrictive towns are, and they actually list out the top offenders and the top, I guess, helpful towns. So I think that study will be very helpful from a full perspective. I'm sure Steve or we could share a few anecdotes as well, if you'd like.
Well, no, he wants specifics. I will send you specifics. They exist right now. But one of the biggest subtle ways to prevent affordable housing, because the most affordable form of housing is rental housing. And I could give you a list of communities that say you can't build in a multifamily structure over 4 units. That is discriminatory.
That's very clear. There's the density requirements, even if there is multifamily zoning in a town, if the density requirements are very extreme, then that requires a developer to get a variance. Anytime you have to get a variance and you don't have it by right, there's an opportunity for the local officials to knock that proposal down and make it either drag out forever or just have an outright no. So setbacks are another thing. It's sort of like the density argument. If you have really large setbacks, you take a 4-acre lot and now you only have 2.8 acres that you can actually build on, right?
Excessive frontage requirements.
Frontage, yeah.
From an environmental standpoint, a really horrible way to do your zoning, because then you turn over these lots of McMansions with 300 or 400 feet of frontage that the town's taxpayers eventually have to pave and repair. But there are other even more draconian things that towns have done. I will give you the town. I mean, Pembroke is a really good example. They say that they've met the affordable housing quota, except for when you ask them, show me the study, they don't have it. Wyndham is a classic example. And it's interesting, the wealthier the community, the more restrictive and less willing to provide for other economic levels of housing.
I doubt it will be a surprise. Hanover is up there with one of the most restrictive zoning rules.
Right.
I think that's the 10-acre lot size to even build a single family, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
It's either 5 or 10. It's potentially both.
And what they hide behind is they get a master plan, and you can send out a questionnaire that you can write the question a certain way that you'll get the response you want. And if they're saying we're trying to preserve the rural character, grid pattern McMansions do not preserve rural character. There are much more sophisticated land use avenues to preserve rural character, preserve usable huge pieces of land for habitat. It's certainly, do you think those 5 to 10 acre McMansions are going to let you cross country ski through their backyard? No way. But I will send your committee very specific examples and also things that have been done that appear to be meeting housing, but in essence, I've had communities say we allow multifamily zones, and when you overlay that zone map on a soil map, the multifamily zones are either underwater or already developed. That is another, de jure versus de facto exclusionary zoning. I won't take up your time. I'll send you the examples.
Thank you. Any other questions, Representative Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is going to be for all the representatives of Elm Grove. But I just want to say first that I so appreciate all the comments that you all have made so far. I'm so happy that obviously to the extent you're building affordable housing, but I think you're echoing everything that we've already heard on our committee, which is on a bipartisan basis. And I don't want to speak for the whole committee, but I would say nearly unanimous opinion that these exclusionary zoning is unethical and is the culprit for a lot of our ills. My question, and just for my background, I grew up in Section 8 housing. My whole life, I've been a tenant. So I was offended, not that you were saying it, but the things that you were conveying that other people think about affordable housing tenants and specifically Section 8 tenants. If your car isn't up to snuff, you must be a bad person kind of thinking is deeply offensive to me. And yes, we can do things about the town. We can tell the town what they can and cannot do. And this does seem to cut across, regardless of party line, as you pointed out, both Hanover and Wyndham have similar problems. So it's not a partisan issue. My question, which is for all of you, is the one of quality. And I don't mean the quality in terms of what the community thinks and facades and things like that. I'm getting to the quality for the tenants themselves, because I want to be assured that when we are helping developers build what they call affordable housing, that they are actually providing good quality housing. And I mean housing quality both in terms of maintenance of the units, but also service to the tenants when you manage your properties. So for full disclosure, Two of the committee members, myself and Representative Di Lorenzo, are from Newmarket. Elm Grove recently acquired a property in Newmarket last year, a senior home center, and I've been working with them. I've met with them. I can't even tell you how many times, at least on a monthly, but sometimes a weekly basis, for the multiple issues that that property has had. Just a few of them. For months and months, there was a leak in a central hallway that we started to joke was the original Wadley Falls. The name of the place is Wadley Falls. We have one tenant who only has one leg, who has multiple accessibility issues in her unit as well as the property in general. We've had people break into and also enter into tenants' units without permission.
Is there a question?
Yes, well, the question is, as I've already said, how do we know that quality will be met both in terms of service, and I'm happy to forward the emails that I've sent to Elm Grove about these issues to the entire committee. How do we know that these issues will be met? How do we know that we will have quality? What are the restrictions that we can have or guarantees we can have in place to make sure that, yes, we will do everything we can to help you develop affordable housing, but that has to be quality housing? That is my question, and it's open to all of you.
Yeah, so on the construction side, there are numerous requirements put in place by New Hampshire Housing when you're going through their construction process. They have an entire construction handbook manual on building standards, equity of amenities between units, and it's quite thorough. And I will say it essentially creates housing that's equivalent, in my view, to the quality of market rate construction. I would even argue sometimes goes beyond what people do for market rate construction. I'll turn it over to Chris in a second, but from the ongoing management, there are also numerous inspections and housing standards that you have to meet that far exceed what's required in market rate housing. HUD REAC inspections, MOR reviews. Maybe you could take the floor on that for a second, Chris.
Sure, I feel the need to answer directly to what Ms. Reed said. You know, we purchased a property that was 15 years old, and it had been professionally managed prior to us, and it had its fair share of problems when we took over management. A leaky pipe in a hallway, which was part of a heating system, and in order to repair that situation, we would have to replace all of the heating pipes in a hallway, and do that. Of course, by doing that, we have to shut the heat down to the entire property to do it. It's a big project, and you know, you have to go through the steps to find a quality contractor to do it, and make sure you're lining it up in a way that it'll get done in a reasonable period of time. And we did that, and you know, I met with all of the residents at Wadley Falls, and Representative Reed was there, and Representative Di Lorenzo was there, and Representative Michael Cahill was there, and the director of the local housing authority was there. And I stood before all of the residents and answered and discussed all of their questions, and told them what I was going to do on the property, and did exactly what we said. We not only did we repair the water issue, we've later on found that our zone valve and isolation valves in every single unit were corroded. And at one point, we tried to change a zone valve, which is what gets the heat to the unit. We shut off the isolation valve to that unit, and it burst glycol water from the heating system into somebody's apartment. We couldn't have that happen again. And so what we had to do was go in and replace every isolation valve in 57 apartments and every zone valve in 57 apartments in the winter, and turn the heat off and provide space heaters in order to get that project done. It took 2 days for each building to do it, and it was very, very challenging, but it got done. We also promised to install, we heard from residents when we took over that they would lose heat in the middle of the winter when the electricity would go out, because it was all connected to the obviously it's one heating system for the whole building. We went and installed without having to, 2 generators to run electricity for both buildings in order to make sure that at the very minimum the common hallways and the heating system would not turn off. We spent a tremendous amount of money on this property, We found during the process that the residents were upset about a lot of things when we took over management, things that had been, you know, legacy problems on the property that hadn't been taken care of. And we've gone through and really addressed everything. But there are a handful of residents at this property particularly who seem to not want to be satisfied with anything we do. And we understand that. That's kind of the nature of the business that we're in. This resident with this amputee resident came to us asking us for a new shower to be installed in her apartment. What we did was we offered her to move into an available ADA apartment that already had that shower, and she didn't want that. We held that unit for 3 months, trying to convince her to take that unit, and she didn't take that unit. It has since been taken on as a case by Elliot Berry, who I've known for 10 years and worked well with, and me and him have been working on that solution. He's told me not to do anything in that unit until I hear back from him, and I'm in regular contact with him. So I don't feel in any way that the residents at Wadley Falls are being mistreated or living in substandard conditions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're not on trial, so I appreciate you answering the question, and
Yeah.
that's great. Are there any other questions for Elm Grove? Or if there's anything else you can contribute regarding regulations or anything we can do on the state level to alleviate?
I did want to speak to the management side.
Please do.
So you have
Thank you.
problem issues, obviously, developing affordable housing with NIMBYism, which we've spoken a lot about. And of course, you have planning and zoning challenges and wetland challenges and fire department challenges. And then you have obviously construction cost challenges and all of the things that this committee knows about. The only affordable housing programs that really exist anymore are the low-income housing tax credit program, which is an IRS program that's administered by HUD and by, in New Hampshire's case, New Hampshire Housing. You apply for and receive tax credits, which you sell to an equity investor, and that brings equity into the property that you otherwise wouldn't have, and allows you to build a property that has rental rates that are based on generally 60% area median income, but they can come averaging where you can have set asides for people that in the 20% area median income. So that's somebody making $16,000 a year, all the way up to 80% and everything in between by 10% basically. It's a really interesting program. But to work with New Hampshire Housing and to manage a tax credit property, you have to have certain expertise. Not every manager or property developer would be approved to manage a property like this. There has to be experience and certifications. There's a good deal of bureaucracy and compliance oversight, annual inspections. We have our properties inspected annually by HUD through REAC inspections, file reviews by New Hampshire Housing. If we have Section 8 tenants, then we have Section 8 voucher holder inspections that are happening. We have an
And
annual.
correct me if I'm wrong, those Section 8 voucher inspections are property-wide, right?
They do
In
look
some
at the
cases,
property.
they have to look at like the stairs everywhere.
Yeah,
the
they're gonna look at
pavement and
common
all that,
areas.
Common areas, okay.
They might, in a property like Wadley Falls where there's 2 buildings, they might just be looking at the one building that the person.
But like the parking
lives in.
lot and like
Parking
all
lot.
that, yeah, the stairs.
They're gonna look for all of any issues with life safety.
Okay.
So there's that, and then we have our annual financial audits, which delve also into compliance, and then we have a requirement to do annual 100% unit inspections as well. So there's a lot of people that are looking at these units, and so there's a lot of repairs and maintenance happening all the time to address those issues. But to build and develop and manage affordable housing, even on the management side, there's a certain amount of expertise that's required. You have to have HUD approval. You have to have New Hampshire Housing approval. You have to have certifications in the management of low-income housing tax credits. You have to have an infrastructure within your company to manage that. So a compliance director, people that understand how to process these files. There's a tremendous amount of reporting that we have to do, either on a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis. So it's difficult. It's worthwhile doing. That's why we do it. But not every developer of real estate is going to be wanting to develop affordable housing because it's difficult. It's a niche, and if you get that experience and you have those certifications and you have the infrastructure built to do it, then it's a lot easier. But I imagine a lot of developers don't even go into it. And in New Hampshire, there are only a handful of experienced low-income housing tax credit property management companies in the first place that would provide third-party management. I can only think of 3, and we're one of them.
Well, I imagine you would have to have a huge infrastructure to manage that anyways.
It's more, so the cost of managing affordable housing is higher than the cost of managing market rate housing.
Okay. Are there other questions? Oh, Representative Yocella.
I guess my question is how much higher? What is like can you give me a ballpark figure of like cost per unit, let's say, of market rate management versus cost per unit of affordable rate? Is it like 20% more? Is it 50% more?
Not 50.
I'll take that because I think it's a multi-layered question you've got there. What does it cost? It definitely costs more to staff the additional compliance, paperwork, maintenance needs that are there. I would say that's in the 20 to 25% more range. However, the lack of competition in the affordable housing management world, if you don't manage for yourself, there's few options out there. And I think that also drives up the price, right? Not necessarily the cost, but the price. So if you're a developer who doesn't do your own management, you may be forced into paying more for management than you otherwise would in a more competitive market. Does that make sense? So in that case, the price might be 50% more. I don't want to necessarily go into too many specifics there because it's a small world, but there's not a lot of if you're a developer that owns a property and you don't do your own management and it's affordable, has a land use restriction on it, you don't have a lot of options.
The cost of that compliance and the oversight is there. If you have a REAC inspection, HUD comes in and looks at everything. They look at every latch, every hinge, everything. So therefore, there comes a laundry list of repairs to be made. And then you do your unit inspections, and the same thing happens. And then Section 8 inspections, and the same thing happens. So, the maintenance costs are higher because you're required to respond to those inspection reports when they come out.
Can I ask specifically about, I know we have HUD, right? But we don't have any control over HUD. So can I ask specifically what on the state level is a regulation or redundancy or something that maybe this committee can look further into? Maybe a requirement by DES or, a code enforcement requirement or something that, this committee can look at specifically?
So this was something that recently came to our attention through New Hampshire Housing Finance. The Section 8 voucher program, apparently there is a designation that the state agency can get to help streamline some of the regulatory bureaucratic oversight that comes with the Section 8 voucher. And we're just finding out about it now that they have applied to have this, which would help all property owners who would accept Section 8 vouchers to make that an easier process. I wonder if there are other ways that the state housing authority could get a delegated authority from HUD to perform one inspection that meets all the requirements rather than multiple and have to deal with two different agencies versus one. Some of the headache and pain is just dealing with the online site. I hate to even bring it up, but that takes hours.
On the
On the
Section
HUD
8
side.
voucher.
Yeah.
It's a vortex. Just dealing with anything we would have to do to deal with HUD. If there's some technology, some website that we have to use with HUD, it was built in 1986, and it's extremely. You have to get mail to get the password changed. I mean, it's challenging. Yeah, no, that's challenging. So this, I think, I just spoke with Dee Poulette about.
From
I
New
think it's
Hampshire
called
Housing,
Move to Work. Don't quote me on that, but it's a beta test program for the Section 8 voucher program, and there's some really interesting things in there. There are incentives for landlords to accept Section 8 vouchers. There are some changes to how they do inspections when they do inspections. So for example, on the LIHTC property, they would only do unit inspections every 3 years. So there's a bunch of kind of these changes that are supposed to take some of the red tape out of being involved in the program and to make it a better experience for landlords. And you can see on the New Hampshire housing side, they recently, it's a small thing, but it's actually a big thing. They recently said you no longer have to send in quarterly financial reports. There's all kinds of little touch points that we deal with New Hampshire housing and compliance that could be, I guess, polished down a little bit to make it real easier. The January of every year is crazy. We have to do a full on under the hood financial audit for all of these types of properties, and it takes our accounting department, our finance department, the month to. So it's all they think about for an entire month, and at the same time we have all of these file review MORs they call them, where New Hampshire Housing comes to the property and looks through files and does inspections and that sort of thing, and those all happen around the same time as well. So, I mean, there are a lot of touch points where things could be smoothed out. I think I could provide a recommendation, but I don't want to make any assumptions that New Hampshire
Well-
Housing even has the ability to change those rules.
And I will say, if they do not have the ability to change these rules, we do. I mean, our job is to solicit recommendations. So anything you have to recommend, please send to the committee.
Sure.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Again, this is going to basically have to come out as a statement. Okay, I'm not arguing with everybody's understanding of the misery of bureaucratic requirements in dealing with HUD. I probably know that better than anybody here. There is one thing that we all have to keep in mind, and that is that where these requirements come from, and I'm not saying that they can't be streamlined, because I know in a lot of cases they can be and should be, but where they come from is from the fact that what we're dealing with is the expenditure of taxpayer money. And when we're dealing either with direct federal or state subsidies, or with, for instance, tax credit construction, which is indeed pretty much all of the low-income housing construction in recent years, it is still taxpayer money, because where one entity gets a tax credit, somebody else is making up for it. So it's taxpayer money. And therefore, there are requirements created by Congress for justifying how taxpayer money is being spent, and those requirements are intended to make sure that it is being spent properly. Now, whether the reporting and so forth can be streamlined, I don't think anybody would argue that that would be a bad thing. It's just that we have to keep in mind where this comes from. It comes from the fact that we're talking about the expenditure of taxpayer money.
If I may respond to that and also kind of draw it back up to a higher level, I absolutely agree that type of oversight is warranted and required and understandable. I think over time, it's that creep of every additional task and redundant requirement in many cases that just adds to the cost. At the end of the day, I think really everything about the housing issue boils down to the more it costs to build an apartment, the less apartments we'll have, right? Just supply and demand. So there's no silver bullet in this whole discussion. There's got to be multiple avenues that every stakeholder has to look at to reduce barriers. Barriers are cost. Time is cost. Redundant requirements are cost. And if we can look at how we lower the overall cost to build housing, the economy will take care of it. We'll build more because the demand's there. The supply is not keeping up. And you know that economics 101, right? With the supply demand curve, where it meets, that's the price. That's why rent's so high. That's why single family construction prices are so high. If I may transition a little bit to the construction costs and some ideas there. Construction costs, a lot of it's going to be outside of our control, right? Lumber comes from Canada, from other parts of the country. Appliances come from overseas. Vinyl comes from factories in Texas, and it's a global supply chain it's hard to affect that. But I think what we do have the ability to affect a little bit more is our labor. There was recently in Ohio put into place full reciprocity for all trade licensing, electricians, plumbing, HVAC, gas. I thought it was an incredible move for that state to do, because now Ohio is open for business. If you were a plumber, you don't have to go through another course, another test, and you want to move to Ohio. New Hampshire could do something. I think that's a pretty easy thing to do.
Well, and the governor did bring that up in the budget address as one
Good.
of his priorities, and I
Great.
think that is something that has bipartisan agreement.
Good. That would help a lot. Labor costs has gone up incredibly. There's a shortage of licensed tradespeople, I think, in every area. The seeds of that were sown probably the last 30 years, where, I think the American kind of culture was go to college, go to a liberal arts degree or whatever, and go that route. And the trades were, minimized or looked down upon in a lot of cases. I think the pendulum swung a bit now. The trade schools, as I understand, are full, they're over capacity. It's great. It's going to take time to rebuild that. So in the interim, we need to attract great qualified tradespeople from outside our borders as much as we can. Maybe there's incentives. I know other states have offered relocate, and we'll help you with a down payment or something like that. There's a lot of that was happening with the dislocation in COVID, but I don't know all the ideas. I'm sure you're going to probably hear a lot of them, but bringing more workers to New Hampshire will help us build the housing that they can then live in, right?
Right.
So, that's a big thing.
Thank you, Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefing through some of the information that you folks gave, and it's either you folks or someone earlier talked about downsizing of units, getting costs down. I see you use a term in the literature here, mini flats, micro units. So could you just tell me what size that kind of square feet are you
I can-
looking at in those projects? And do each of those units have kitchens, or are they sharing kitchens?
Yeah, so one particular project we did in Manchester was at the flats at Hanover Common. It was previously a drug and alcohol rehab facility. So there was small rooms in there. We were able to develop, the concept was mini flats. These are small studio apartments with modular furniture. So a couch that turns into a bed, a desk that turns into a bed, with full kitchens, although cooktops and a convection microwave instead of a full oven. And these are nicely appointed granite countertops.
This is a market rate.
These are market rate units. The smaller ones are 280 square feet. So they're quite small, and everybody thought all the millennials are gonna eat this up, but it was recent divorcees that filled the building up at first. These units, though, I guess the point was, these units we were able to build for whatever it cost. We were able to rent them for, at the time of the lease up, around $950 a month for a nice apartment with nice amenities, with a gym, with a cafe downstairs and an outdoor area. So you could get the same thing that Brady Sullivan was doing in the Mills for a fraction of the cost, of course, also a fraction of the size. And the turnover there is fairly high, so people don't stay for very long. They'll move into something more, more reasonable size. I don't believe that type of housing is what we would develop in terms of affordable housing, but it is a valid. There is a lot of demand for studio apartments, and it's a valid way to bring affordable housing into a community.
It's a way to create some measure of affordability within market rate housing. I think that goes again to the density. In Manchester, they were supportive of doing a really dense redevelopment of existing property. It was a huge success. There was no parking actually at the building. We were scared about that initially, and what we found over and over again in Manchester and in Concord is that, especially for kind of urban infill redevelopment of existing properties that might be partially vacant or decrepit, is that model can work really well, and it does provide residents an option different than the $2,000, $2,200 a month 2-bedroom apartment more in the outskirts of town. It's not under the tax credit program, but it does cost a lot less per month.
I think it's a really cool concept, almost like just an upgrade from like a college dorm. You know, like
Nice.
right when you're like leaving, you have your own bedroom, but maybe shared spaces in some way. And
One of our employees graduated from college, came to work for us, lived there for a year and a half. Then as his income went up, he got promoted, he moved to a bigger place.
Right.
It's a great place for people who are in a transitional period or an upwardly mobile period in their life.
perfect. Representative McConkey, all set. Okay. Representative Di Lorenzo. Representative.
I like that concept of the mini suites or mini units. Is there any like common area where a person who lived in one of those mini units could, let's say that they work from home, is there shared office space for folks as an option?
In that particular case, there's a cafe, the Restoration Cafe, in Manchester. When they close up at night, they pull a garage door down over their counter and leave all of their dining area open to, and outdoor area open to the residents. So residents then can come in and have an event, or you're right, work down there and be around other people.
I feel that concept, regardless of what we did at that property, is one that you would always want to try to do, because it does provide that value of space, some elbow room. If you were to just stack a lot of 280 square foot apartments with no common space, they would not rent very well, I don't think.
Right.
They wouldn't hold up well.
Yeah.
Over time, it would turn into what you might typically think of as a rooming house, and the trouble that might come with that. For 5 years, this property has maintained itself as an attractive, nice apartment complex with upwardly mobile people moving in and out on a regular basis, and it works. I don't know that it works in every community, or how many of them would work, but this one works.
I'm gonna go Representative Reed, then
Okay.
Representative Birdie.
No, he's just commenting on it.
Thank you. And I suppose to take after my seatmate, this might be a little bit more of a statement, but I do commend the idea of smaller, doing whatever, kind of like what the previous people said, everything. I like the idea of having smaller units, but I want us to hold in our minds that also one of the reasons I put into my ADU bill to increase the size of ADUs is because 750 square feet just really isn't long-term sustainable for most people to live in. So if we're looking for sustainable housing in terms of keeping people in communities long-term, we need to have more reasonable, I think was how Chris said it, more reasonably sized places, as well as the smaller. And I have a convection microwave oven that I don't use my regular oven. So I wholeheartedly support the idea of smaller stuff, but I want us to keep in mind that we also have to do things that are going to be sustainable long-term.
I think that's the key, though, right? Everything.
Yeah.
Every ADUs are you're not going to solve the housing crisis with ADUs, but
Not that it is low. That's
but there's a there. If I own a home where I can have an ADU, there's a lot. My mother's aging. There's an opportunity to bring her in there, or eventually use it as a way to augment my my mortgage. ADUs are great, and they should be. Micro units. Of course, you're going to have communities that say no, your unit can't be bigger than or smaller than 700 square feet. But then that takes out all the 500 and 280 square foot homes that will help people. And if you look over in Japan, where the people are living in pods, I'm not saying we need to do that here, but everything should be on the table.
There's a concept like you have a stronger community within your town, but also within the building. When you have like the smaller units,
And
you're
let
kind of
people
closer.
decide where and how
Yeah.
they want to live.
Yeah.
I'm sure the person that moves into the flats at 280 square feet, this isn't some people think it's the greatest thing ever until they live there for
We've had
a
one guy
year.
there the entire time since day one. He's still
Yeah.
there.
But at some point, it's right for them, and then at some point, it's not right for them. There's always somebody else that it's right for, and it allowed us to put double the units into a building that we otherwise would have normally traditionally done.
As soon as you restrict to minimums or maximums, you're lowering the overall potential pool of housing development, right? The market will respond to demand. So if somebody wants to move from the 750 to a 1200 and then to a single family home, the market will see that. They'll see the demand and it will try to develop housing. It's when you restrict, you say, no, you can't build these. The market can't react. It can't respond. It can't build that housing.
And the risk all falls on, someday micro units won't be popular anymore and we'll have an empty building and we're going to have to redevelop our building and put in half the number of units. Or when it was built, it was 4 or 5 units. This property was originally an apartment complex with 5 units.
I lived in
Under
Japan
20.
3 years, so I was glad you brought that up, but I don't think it'll ever not be a good thing, but yeah, just wanting to encompass everyone's needs and people's needs are different.
All right. Well, in the effort to close this up, I'm going to let Representative McConkey go, Representative Yokella, let you guys close out, and then we're going to break for lunch.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Manchester unit that you spoke about is not shown. Could you just tell me that property name again?
That's called the Flats at Hanover Common, the Flats, nh.com. What you're looking at is the Star Building and the Kearsarge, which is over by what was White Mountain Coffee.
That's fine.
The Kearsarge has some.
So I just want to bring up the point to the committee that the mix is really important. To talk about subdivisions is not totally the answer. I brought up in earlier conversations, there's retailers that what they're paying for rent isn't, or what they're paying for wages isn't tremendous. And having the ability to house people in your building, I think has merit. So I think it's a mix of everything. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the courtesy.
Representative Yokella.
I just felt the need to disagree with my seatmate over here because my house it's not even an apartment and it's less than 700 square feet and I've lived in it for 7 years and I'm not planning on leaving anytime soon. And so I think that it's allowing opportunities for someone like me that doesn't understands that property, that if I got a bigger house, I would have to pay more taxes, and am able to live in a smaller area, that those needs are being able to be met by being allowed to be built and not having a minimum, and so I do think one of the things that we might consider is in the ADU legislation, saying that you can't have a minimum. Like you can maybe set a maximum as far as that, but maybe removing the minimum requirement might be the option for a minimum requirement might be something that the committee might be open to, or just in general talking about the ADU issues and allowing developers to be able to have those different types of units, like maybe a 200 square foot unit and a 1,000 square foot unit. It's going to be, I'm not going to be having 4 kids in my house, but right.
Some
And so,
people do.
but yeah, so I just wanted to say that as,
We don't disagree.
Well,
I mean, she said that some people we were saying something about people under 700 square feet might not want to live in it for more than a year. And that's what I was,
I've been in my 700
opposing.
square foot apartment for 13 years.
Well,
not ready to leave.
It's a huge apartment these days, like 700 square feet.
You might be surprised to know that I lived in a 24 by 24, so 600 square foot home for 11 years.
My experience in Japan would predispose me to not be surprised at anything.
Well, and I want to thank you, gentlemen, for presenting to us. I do want any feedback you can at all that we can do on the state level with agencies, any roadblocks you're looking at. We understand there's a local control issue. We get it, I guess, but that's not something we really necessarily want to touch here. We want to see what we can do on the state level. You've given us some good ideas, but anything else you think of, please aim on the committee.
Yeah, we'll absolutely follow up with a few of those studies that we mentioned and any other ideas that we have. To put a bit of a challenge out there, I would say it would be bold and I think needed for the state legislature to take on a little bit of that local control without stripping it away completely, right? That's what makes New Hampshire special, but holding local municipalities accountable to, as Steve was saying, the Constitution, right? When it goes beyond the pale, that's where I think the state does have a role. So,
Okay.
a little bit of a challenge. We need the help.
Thank
We
you,
like
Mr.
that
Chairman.
4-unit bill that's out there.
Yeah.
right now.
Yes, and I think the state has done a good job of having all of our state agencies be a little bit more customer friendly and provide a little bit better level of customer service. We're going to try to do the same thing to get the municipalities to be on board with that as well. I think a lot of it comes from their ignorance of the zoning regulations and the application thereof, and yeah, I think this is the opportunity for us to come up with a multifaceted approach. Regulation improvement, zoning improvement, compliance with the federal, with our federal overlords as far as the money goes. All of these things, I think, will make a big difference and let us all get back to doing what we do, providing housing for people here in New Hampshire.
Well, thank you. And with that, we're, the committee's gonna break until promptly at 1 o'clock. We have a presentation, starting at 1. Okay?
Thank you for
Thank you.
inviting us. Appreciate the time. Steve? Enjoy Florida.
Good afternoon. This is going to be tricky. I'm just getting old enough that I can't see you without my glasses, and I can't see my paper with my glasses. So this is going to be interesting.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, it is a little dangerous on the stairs, actually. Yes, my name is Dawn McKinney. I'm the policy director at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. Thank you for inviting me today to speak with you. Spoiler alert, we do not build housing. We do not address supply, and that is the kind of the direction I've received from the members of the committee is to focus really more on that. So I'm going to come at it from I'm going to try to just tell you a little bit about what we do, and I'm going to tell you like one or two maybe things that you might be able to do, but mainly I'm going to yield my time to my colleagues in the back who have a lot more data and information about from New Hampshire Housing and Housing Action New Hampshire. So New Hampshire Legal Assistance is a nonprofit law firm. We provide free legal help to low-income Granite Staters. We have 5 offices across the state: Berlin, Claremont, Portsmouth, Manchester, and Concord. And we provide legal assistance in lots of different areas of the law, not just housing, but housing is our largest area, practice area. So, and that work really focuses on preserving housing and preventing homelessness. So one of our top priorities, which we heard a little bit about earlier, is preserving vouchers. Vouchers take many years for folks to get, like I think 5 to 7 years is roughly typical. And those vouchers allow a tenant to pay about 30% of their income towards rent. I'm kind of simplifying things a little bit, otherwise we get really in the weeds really quickly, but so if they lose that, it's huge. It's a huge loss to them and to their entire life, I guess I would say, in terms of destabilizing a lot of different things. So it's also really hard to find an apartment that will accept a voucher or that, is a suitable for a voucher. So we actually have a situation where people wait years and years to get a voucher right now, and then about 18% each year lose those vouchers because they can't find somewhere to use it. So that's kind of, so when someone comes to us with I'm going to lose my voucher, it's a really high priority for us because it's a lifeline for them. Generally, we're talking about, I think about 60% or maybe a little higher of voucher holders also have disabilities. So it's like I said, it really does kind of have a ripple effect in their lives if they lose that. And it also has a lot of value, in terms of stabilizing someone's housing, and it's over a long term versus like, 1 month's rent or something like that. So that's why we prioritize that. We also do work to prevent evictions. We all know, I think, pretty common sense, I think, that once someone is homeless, it's incredibly difficult to get them rehoused. It's also very expensive to get them rehoused. And so if we can avoid evictions, that's something we try to do. We are seeing a lot of the trends lately in terms of those cases are related to rent increases and renovations. And it's just really hard in this market to find an alternative place to live. So as I'm sure others have already talked about and will talk about, we have I think it's 0.3% vacancy rate at this point, somewhere between 0.3 and 0.5 at any time. So it is just a really tough environment for someone to find alternative housing on short order, especially, and with limited income. So the ways that we do this work, we do have eviction clinics where particularly in Manchester and Nashua, where they have kind of eviction cases all scheduled on the same day. It was obviously a lot easier to do that work or make an impact and prevent evictions when we had the emergency rental assistance money for folks to be able to make their landlords whole. We also work on the Homeowners Assistance Fund, which helps to prevent foreclosures. We help people access property tax exemptions or and things like that that they're eligible for. So that's kind of in a nutshell where, kind of what we do related to housing. And I think the biggest thing that this body or this specific committee, but also just the body in general can do is to really think hard about legislation that comes before you in terms of what its impact might be on the housing environment that we're currently in. So for example, trying not to further destabilize housing. For example, I know that this group isn't necessarily interested in additional landlord-tenant restrictions, or regulation, but we would argue that there are lots of ways to evict someone. We have a very robust set of options for folks to evict someone if someone is a problem. Obviously, if someone's not paying their rent, if someone is destructive, all of these different ways to evict someone. So anything, we don't necessarily need more ways to make it easier to evict anyone. That's one thing we would say. And then another area, I guess, where we would be happy to work with folks on is one of the conversations that came up before the break was about ways to incentivize landlords to participate in the HUD programs and streamlining those processes as much as possible. That also goes to another legislative option, I guess, or that one of the things that was discussed earlier was also the stigma around different vouchers and or different people essentially that require housing in our state. And maybe one way to address that would be, and there's a bill currently being considered around housing voucher discrimination. If you let someone in the door, right, and you get to know the person as an individual, you might find that on a one-on-one basis goes a long way in terms of destigmatizing or dispelling kind of the myths that exist about folks that might have a housing voucher, for example. So I said I'd be quick. I tried to stay to the areas of interest. So I try to follow directions.
Well,
Yes.
I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for obliging us.
Yeah.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, educate me a little, please. Vouchers, when you say vouchers, are those being distributed through your department, or is that?
We do not distribute
Okay.
the vouchers at all. No.
Okay, so, and the 30%, if someone gets through the system or is in line long enough and they get this 30%, is there a cap on what the 70% on top of that total rent can accumulate?
Yes. Well,
So
just to
no more
clarify.
than $1,200 a month and 30%
Yes, there are all
of
kinds
that.
of regulations around what the rent can be, and that's one of the other challenges to finding a suitable. When I mentioned finding a suitable apartment to use the voucher, it's not just about landlords' willingness to participate in the program. It's also about like the market rate of the rent and all of those things. And if you don't mind, basically it's about 30% of the tenant's income goes towards rent, and then the
Okay.
difference
Okay.
is paid for by the voucher. But I'm gonna defer any more kind of granular questions about that to
Mr.
Ben.
Chairman, are we talking Section 8? What's the term for what I'm looking at?
Yes, Section 8.
Thank you.
It's
That's-
called
that's-
housing choice vouchers now.
That's all I
But
needed.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Just in terms of the distribution of vouchers, I can help a little bit there. Housing vouchers are normally distributed by local housing authorities, and some are also distributed by state housing authorities. The funding comes from HUD to the state housing authorities and to the local housing authorities, which then distribute the vouchers. And there are HUD regulations in regard to rent, which vary by location in terms of the housing market in the location. And there are also other requirements in terms of the housing itself.
Right.
Yeah, Representative Brody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that you help stop foreclosures. How do you do that?
Well, I don't personally do it. We have a couple of attorneys who work on that project. And it's really, you generally, and I'm happy to provide more information or have them come and speak to you about it. It's generally folks that have, there's some sort of, well, it's a similar program. The Homeowners Assistance Fund was set up during COVID to help homeowners who've gotten behind in their mortgages. So that's a temporary kind of funding source that's available right now to help people with their mortgages and property taxes and utilities related to their home ownership. And then in terms of prior to COVID, we've always had I would say like a foreclosure, it's called our foreclosure relief project, and it has to do with folks that have, we're not providing funding, so it's really just about how to remedy a situation that's developed between the actual mortgage company and the individual in order to preserve their housing. Sometimes it's about like things like, you know, the statements, the mortgage got sold to another company and the person didn't get the right information and the payments weren't making it to the right place. Like those kinds of things where we're trying to work with the mortgage between the homeowner and the mortgage lender to address those kind of issues so that they don't lose their home.
Yeah. Back around 2007 and 2008, that was a big part of my business, helping people stay out of foreclosures. And they'd wind up in short sales maybe, but at least it'd keep them in their house for another 6 months or a year or whatever. But I was always thinking of maybe, and the banking commissioner didn't want to play ball with me at the time, where some of these people have 50 or 60% equity in their home and they can't meet their payments. And the banks would foreclose and they didn't care what they got for it because it wasn't their money anyway, just get it off their books. And that was always a sore in my side, that people would lose a lifetime of equity in a bank that doesn't have a heart. So I thought you might have.
We've
But
definitely.
that would be a way to keep people from being homeless too.
Yep, absolutely. That's another
you.
way to avoid homelessness for sure.
Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Dawn. Could you tell me more about the eviction clinics? Are those held at court or are they held? They are
They are.
on the day of the hearing.
Yes, they're it's something new that we set up during COVID to respond to the like high number of evictions after the eviction moratorium was lifted. And so we have staff that are there the day of, and as folks come in, they can talk to one of our attorneys. We can also work with the landlords to negotiate some sort of like either when there were emergency rental assistance dollars available, it was obviously much easier to, you could, the caps are also often on site. They were previously. I think for the most part, they're no longer on site because the funding's not available. We're still doing the eviction clinics, but it makes just coming to an agreement a little harder. But yes, we were referring folks right over to the caps to, if they hadn't already applied or if they had applied, they just needed to sort out the status of their application, et cetera. They could do that right on site, and we could negotiate with the landlords to try to work out like whether it was like extending their move out time so that they could find another place to live or things like that.
May I follow up?
Of course.
So I'm aware that Rockingham County does have
Yes,
money.
you're right.
for rent. Do you know if any of the other counties have some?
Rockingham County is the only one that has an application open at this point, I believe. Although maybe Ben might have more information about that than I do as well. But I believe there's some state level money that's really being targeted to folks that are already currently getting assistance through that program. But that is finite and will end for different households in the upcoming months.
Thank you.
So I'm looking specifically at something I heard from Elm Grove that was a sort of a roadblock was the amount of inspections that happen, right? And that comes through, you know, whatever sort of vouchers they get or, you know, low income housing tax credits, things like that. They're subject to a ton of inspections. Would there be a solution to maybe streamline the inspection process so that maybe they're only getting inspected once a year by a person that's certified to inspect for everything, or like, do you have
Yeah.
any feedback on that? Like,
Well-
there's something we can do?
I think that's a great question, and I did hear him raise that issue before the break. And we would be happy to work with you on if there are ways to do that. I think it would be kind of a group effort with folks
Yeah, it
here.
seems to me that there's
and-
like different people that inspect for different things, and if you just have one person that can inspect for everything,
Yes.
it kind of just like makes it way easier on everybody.
Yes, I'm not an expert or familiar with, all of those rules and regs and how the inspection process works. So I wouldn't want to comment too much on it, but I would just say that we'd be willing to work with whoever to try to figure out ways to streamline that process. That seems to make sense.
It would help the developer or the property
Mhm.
owner, but even the tenants, so that they're not letting people into their house constantly, their home.
Mr. Chair, well, one of the issues is that your funding sources have inspections too. So, you know, I could have a property with low-income housing tax credits, they'll do an inspection. If it has HUD money, they'll do an inspection. If I have Federal Home Loan Bank as a mortgagee, then that mortgagor, then that would require an inspection. So it's almost ongoing.
Just something to think
Mhm.
about.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions for Dawn? Ms. McKinney? All right.
Okay,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, if you consider the residents of these properties getting seems like it might be every other month type of an inspection. That seems like an unnecessary intrusion and perhaps a Fourth Amendment violation.
The cost. The cost to the owners.
Sure.
All right. Well, with that, I want to welcome up Alyssa Margolin from Housing Action New Hampshire and Ben Frost from New Hampshire. Oh. Okay, perfect. Are we doing all three of you, or do you want to say Ben for some time? Yeah, go right ahead. Yep.
We're a special committee, so.
We're a special committee with special rules.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Alyssa Margolin. I serve as Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. I want to start by thanking the chair and the members of this committee for inviting us to present to you today. And I also want to thank you for taking on this additional role that I know you're spending your Friday, in addition to your the committee duties you already have, and the floor sessions that you have in the House. So thank you for investing your time in trying to address our housing crisis. What we have planned for you in terms of a presentation is I serve as director of the statewide Affordable Housing Coalition. I'm going to tell you very briefly about our advocacy. Then one of our members who serves as a major developer of affordable housing in the state will talk to you about what it takes to get affordable housing built in the state. And then we're going to leave the rest of our time for the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Legal Officer of our State Housing Finance Authority, Ben Frost, who I think I saw Mr. Lewis this morning talk frequently about Ben, not only his depth and breadth of knowledge about housing policy, but also his planning background, his role as chair of the Warner Planning Board, and he's going to tell you about the role of New Hampshire housing in the state that I know Representative Gibbs just mentioned, as well as a lot of the data that could really help serve this committee as you assess where you would like to go and the policy proposals that you would like to bring forward. So that's the plan. So my part will be pretty brief. So Housing Action New Hampshire is an advocacy coalition. I spend a lot of time talking to you here at the State House. We focus at improving state and federal policy so everyone in New Hampshire has a place to call home. Our members, and I've handed out a list of our members to you, are those who develop, finance, and manage affordable housing properties. And as I said, Robert Torney is here. He's one of our members. Also, the Public Housing Agency, homeless service providers, and supportive housing agencies. So a lot of the issues. So we are your key partners in trying to build our way out of this crisis. And we applaud your focus on addressing the supply issue because we are very much experiencing a crisis because of the lack of supply. So that's who we are. And this is a budget year. And so I've handed to you a presentation that I've been giving about our priorities. There are many, many housing bills. And we know that many people who are serving now in the legislature talked with their constituents in their communities about the housing crisis, and they have come to serve in this legislative sessions with a lot of proposals. And there are a lot of bills, and a lot of them are very good proposals. But the presentation I gave you are kind of the major priorities of our coalition. And one of those bills has a lot to do with the supply issue. And that bill is in the Senate right now. It has a hearing on Tuesday, and that is a lot of the funding mechanisms. And I know that you're aware that, and maybe, I know this is somewhat controversial, but in that body, in that chamber, they tend to debate their funding bills, table them, and then include them in their version of the budget in HB1 and HB2, and then it comes back to you in committee of conference. So this committee will have, an understanding of the funding proposals that are in Senator Innes's bill, and that's in that presentation. There's also a new home ownership fund being proposed that would be administered by Ben Shop. And our members are interested in getting into starter home and more affordable home ownership opportunities, and that's Senator Ricciardi's bill that had its hearing last week, and in its policy committee in Commerce got a 5-0, ought to pass recommendation, go to the floor, and then go to Senate Finance. My guess is that'll also probably, if it passes, would probably also be tabled and come to you through the budget bill. And the other major policy bill that we're very focused on also came up in your committee this morning, and that is a housing champions proposal. And this is an innovative partnership between the state and municipalities, and a number of business interests have come together, including the Business and Industry Association, the bankers, the realtors, who I know you heard from this morning, Restaurant and Lodging Association, and the auto dealers, and the Municipal Association, and us, to move forward a proposal that your chairman worked on in 2019 as part of the governor's housing task force. That is, what would it look like to incentivize municipalities to respond and reward those who are ready to meet this market need. So that's the big overview of the policy and what we do. And so now I think I would just like to give the microphone over to our member, Robert. I'll go take my seat in the back. And Robert will talk to you about like where the bricks meet the mortar, so to speak, and what it takes to get something built. And then you'll hear from Ben. And then I'm happy to pop back up if you have any questions specifically for me. Is that okay?
That's okay. Perfect. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you very much. As Alyssa mentioned, my name is Robert Turney, and I'm the Executive Director of NeighborWorks Southern New Hampshire, private nonprofit community development corporation with a focus on providing affordable housing. We've been around for about 30 years. I've been the director there for 18 years. And over that period of time, we've developed over 500 units of affordable rental housing and assisted literally thousands of families purchase a home of their own. And so very familiar with the development approval process in many of the jurisdictions in New Hampshire, Southern New Hampshire, as well as the financing and mechanism that it takes to develop affordable housing in New Hampshire. And so I'm very pleased that we have this committee and that housing is on everyone's agenda, because it's really, really an important issue and really a challenging one for us. I'll begin by saying that we have, I have made lots of presentations to a lot of different communities over the years, planning boards, town councils, boards of selectmen, economic development task forces, school boards even, anyone in a town who will listen about the particular need for affordable housing in their community and how we can help that town address their challenges and their needs. And I've always had sort of this recipe or formula that I've followed and said, if we can come into the town and have access to density, to achieve enough density to make a project feasible, which would most likely rely on having access to public water and public sewer, we can go to New Hampshire Housing, the Federal Home Loan Bank, as was mentioned earlier, the Community Development Finance Authority, a handful of funding sources, and we can make a project happen in your community, and it can be affordable. I can't rely on that recipe anymore. The last few years, just the costs associated with developing anything have just gone so high, sky high, that even with density, even with free land sometimes, it's still very, very challenging to have the end product become affordable. I've always said because we use the low-income housing tax credit to finance what we do, they don't sell low-income 2x4s at Lowe's. We pay the same for building materials as everybody else, and so there's not a difference in quality in the end product, and so we really do have to maintain a good quality project to be able to last and be durable for a long period of time, and maintain a good quality of life for the families that live there. And so our organization has had a very successful track record, starting in the city of Manchester. We're also in the city of Nashua, and we've developed projects in the towns of Goffstown and Hooksett and Londonderry, Amherst, and Merrimack. And just to give you a perspective of where costs have gone in the last couple of years, our last project was in the town of Merrimack, and our total development cost was around $260,000 per unit, all in land, infrastructure, soft costs, architecture, engineering, construction, financing fees, everything. And that was our total development cost per unit. Today, our construction costs are over $260,000 per unit, not including the land, the soft costs. So our costs everyone's costs, construction and building and development costs have just gone up exponentially over the last couple of years. So that's what contributes to that formula of access to density, water, and sewer just not being feasible, because prices for everything have just gone up so much, so exponentially. And so it makes it really challenging without resources. And so I'm pleased that the state has been able to put funding through the advocacy work of Housing Action New Hampshire and the support of the legislature into the real estate transfer tax program to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that's administered by New Hampshire Housing. As for many, many years, I'll tell you, I would go to national conferences, housing conferences, and when state organizations would talk about how much their state cut their budget, I would say, well, our state didn't cut a budget because we don't have a budget to start with. So it's quite helpful now to have a budget of state support that goes into affordable housing. As far as our development approval process, I can tell you it varies widely from community to community. In some jurisdictions, there's good coordination from a planning and land use standpoint, and I can say for firsthand that in some jurisdictions it's a big challenge. There are some pretty big gaps between written codes and written ordinances and what is expected of the developer. And so it can take an enormous amount of time and money to get through the planning approval process. I can hire an architect to design a building that is code compliant, and I can hire an architect, an engineer to design a subdivision or development plans that meet the spirit of the ordinance, and we submit them to the town, and then the town comes back and says, but we want this, we want this, we want this, and we want this. And those aren't necessarily in their ordinance, but they're going to make us do them. And there's oftentimes very little, I would say there's no consideration as to what cost that may impose on the development project. Oftentimes the justification or the reasoning for those additional changes are public safety. And my response is, well, if your codes are insufficient, you should update your codes, not just add to them on the spot. And so I will say that I was a supporter of the creation of the Housing Appeals Board a few years ago, not because I want to use it, because I don't. I've never had an opportunity to use it, and I hope I never do. But I was a proponent of it for that reason, because there are many times where I feel like we are unjustifiably being held to a standard that is beyond the law, beyond the requirement set by the jurisdiction. And so, and I can't say that this is true in every single community because it varies widely from town to town. And so I often say to individuals who quote back to me that it's about local control, I oftentimes feel like local control in some communities boils down to one person and one individual, and that one individual has all the control to make and to dictate what we can do for our projects. And so it can oftentimes be a challenge. So I know that there has been a toolbox legislation to help improve the training and education that goes along with being in a land use decision process. And so anything to help, I guess, educate and inform local bodies, local committees about the process, I'm all for it. And like I said, I spent many of my first years at NeighborWorks because our history was working predominantly in the city of Manchester. And so to get into some of the more suburban towns, it took a lot of education and information, because if you can imagine a high density multifamily project in the city of Manchester, that's not necessarily going to work in some of the suburban towns. So I did need to spend a lot of time speaking to the volunteer committees, the planning staff, whoever would listen to me in these surrounding towns about what affordable housing is, how we can go about delivering it, and how it's not necessarily a bad thing for your community. It's really an essential tool that the market isn't addressing. And so I don't want to drone on too long. I want to give Ben a chance to talk, but I would certainly entertain any questions, or if you had anything specific that you'd like to ask me.
So thank you for coming to speak with us. My question is on, there's a lot of improvements that were made through the Community Toolbox Bill last year. Some got through a committee conference. I believe Ben knows more about what actually got through. But a lot of the things that you're bringing up, like streamlined approval process, transparency of fees, training, not mandatory, but training, like some of that stuff got through, some of it didn't. Can you tell me if there's been any, I mean, it's very new, but if there's any effect on the way towns respond?
Yeah, I would say it's still too new. I think it's going to take a little time for towns to, I guess, move forward, and it may take a lot longer for some other towns to move forward. But I don't always think that it's on the planning side. In some instances, we've moved relatively quite expeditiously through the planning process. And I may sound like a broken record because I've said this at many. There's always a disconnect between the fire jurisdiction and the building and planning jurisdiction. I would say that that's kind of a synonymous across communities. And so we may make it through the planning process, and we may make it through the planning division, but fire moves at their own pace, and we'll come back with changes that might mean you need to start over, or you might need to add significant things to your project that are going to cost a lot more. And so I don't know how to break that. I don't know how to change that. I know in some jurisdictions they've moved building under fire as opposed to under planning, but I'm not sure how to rectify that. But it's definitely an issue.
And something on my agenda is to bring in code enforcers, because I want to know, like, once an approval is made by the planning board, then like code gets say of it, and it kind of just like there's another set of roadblocks right there with code, and then does it have to go back to planning in some regards? Sometimes it might.
Yep.
So I do want to bring in and see if there's anything on the code side that we can look at too that might be hindering the process, making it slower for that.
And I do know that Housing Action, I think it was Housing Action, that was responsible for a training a few years ago to bring code enforcement and fire officials into sort of the same room around education and cooperation in that avenue. So anything like that, I think, would be helpful.
Okay. Any questions? Representative Kelly?
Thank you. It seemed like you were implying that maybe we should also talk to fire in addition to code people, and how what they're seeing as far as maybe plans that get approved that are not, let's say, ready for prime time. And so have to go back to the drawing board, costing everyone time and money. Is another, I mean, one, do you agree with that? And then two, do you also seem to be implying that maybe there is an opportunity for the state to say, you know, that you have some, you know, your local municipality has some guidelines, and if you feel that those are inadequate, that you need to change your regulation before imposing them on new projects or something along those lines, as far as to make sure that you know going in that you're meeting what you need to meet, instead of having surprise, like doubling the work, right? You already designed this, now you have to go and redesign it because
Correct. Yep.
additional things.
And I don't mean to disparage fire departments. That's not what I came to do. But I'm more than implying. I'll tell you straight up. This is a real issue, and I'm not the only developer that will attest to this. But the code and the regulations need to be clear and upfront, and we're going to design and build to that. It's the frustrating part that we encounter is that there are all these unwritten rules in nearly every jurisdiction. Whether it may be the code and building side, but oftentimes it's more on the fire side. Predominantly, I think, because fire doesn't have the time to invest on the front end of your project that we need. We need that feedback and response early on, as opposed to at the end of the day. I'll give you a good example of how this can happen. I got a development approval from the planning board. The road ordinance for the town said if your road is more than 900 feet long, you have to have a second means of egress. And so our road was 600 feet long. Our engineer designed a project with a 600-foot road to provide the number of units that we were going to build. And after we made it through the planning process, we hadn't gotten through our approval, but in the design review of the planning process, when all the agencies in the town come together, the fire said, we want a second means of egress. And so the ordinance said it's only required on 900-foot roads, not 600-foot roads. And the fire chief said, it doesn't matter. I want a second means of egress. So when we went for our approval, the night of our approval, the planning board chair, sitting in his chair in front of his microphone, said on the record, there's nothing in the ordinance that requires me to make you put in a second means of egress for a 600-foot road, but because the fire chief wants it, we're going to make that a condition of your approval. So my project cost just went up by $500,000 because now I had to build a second means of egress that was infeasible and unpractical. The planning department did not want a second means of egress because of traffic issues. So we ended up constructing a gated road that only the fire department has access to, that I have to maintain in perpetuity. So again, I don't mean to disparage the fire because it's about public safety, but it's about having rules and regulations and ordinances in place that that can be adhered to and not changed and made up later on down the road. So
Well, that's our job, is to find out this kind of thing too. Representative
thank you.
Wallace.
Thank you. I have a simple solution. We, the legislature at the state and the federal level, shall not make any retrospective laws. It's not constitutional. As such, I think the planning boards and code, they have to stick by the ordinances and regulations in place at the time of issuance of said permits and stick to it full stop. I too am a small-time developer and have run into that hurdle that sometimes turns into a mountain multiple times. And I played nice up until now.
So I'm sorry. Can I? Yeah, I totally agree with that. And, you know, I walk away from the meeting and I'm thinking, and, you know, I want to challenge it. I want to fight it. I want to, but we're a nonprofit affordable housing developer. And so at the end of the day, our mission is to get the project built and provide affordable housing. And so for us to go through an appeals process, to go through a rather difficult mudslinging event with the town, you got to ask yourself at the end of the day, is it worth it to get to the end result? Which is why I was a proponent of the Housing Appeals Board, so that I think that remedies will be handed down as a result of that. Like I said, I hope it's never me that has to go into that seat, but I'm glad it's there for that reason. So.
Representative Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in. He may have just touched on one of the biggest things this committee can probably solve, because I see it in my town too. As a matter of fact, I have a bill in Public Works right now that are addressing a last-minute change by the fire department. It happens all the time. I won't belabor it now, but we might want to look at the AHJ authority in our fire codes, and I would certainly include the fire department in our discussions in the future. But a quick question for you, while you did make mention that even if you had the density, you had the water, you had the sewage, and free land, it still wouldn't be feasible with the construction costs. Have you repriced anything since they have kind of plateaued and come down? I know it might be too late for some of these projects, but
Yeah.
I guess my question is, are you seeing anything good on the horizon with the way the prices for building products are?
I was, and then interest rates went up
Yeah,
like
well,
7%. So,
fair enough.
yeah, I think, I mean, I was very fortunate that we did not have a new construction project being priced during the pandemic. We were wrapping up our big project in Merrimack in 2020, and so we had locked in prices. We only experienced a 1-month delay because of building material supply issues, and it came in relatively on time and on budget. We've been doing 101 unit rehab over the last 2 years. That's been very, very challenging. It took us almost a year to get kitchen cabinets. We had to order our furnaces a year in advance. Things with electrical components and metal products are still really expensive and very short supply. Big challenge right now is with utility services providers like Evernorth, and trying to get your transformers in place so that you can actually deliver power to your new building. You might have a brand spanking new building with no electricity in it. And so some things have definitely normalized, or not normalized, but prices coming down for drywall and 2x4s and plywood that really peaked during the COVID pandemic. But now with interest rates where they are, I think that's really gonna have an impact on everything else. So going back to having a 250,000 per unit TDC, I don't see returning to that anytime soon. And so when I say it's not feasible or not practical for us to develop an affordable unit at the end of the day, in order to come in under the state's definition of workforce housing, which is 60% of the area median income, my rent it can be no more than this. And so in order for me to pay for these additional other costs, where does the money come from? Now I have to increase the amount that I have to borrow. So my debt service goes up, the amount of interest I'm paying goes up. Now I can't make the utility payments, the taxes, the insurance, all of the expenses, operating costs, meet the debt service and stay under that rent without some other form of subsidy. We don't rely heavily on operating subsidies. We just expect our tenants to pay the rent. And so in order to be able to deliver that rent at an affordable price, something has to give on the development side. And so it would take a built-in subsidy on the front end over and above what we can get from New Hampshire Housing's normal programs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You deal with a lot of different municipalities, and this is going towards finding out after the fact, after planning board's approved, that now you have these expensive changes. How many of these towns that you deal with have a technical review committee?
Most of the towns we work with, there's a good opportunity to do tech review on the front end. And honestly, sometimes it does come up at that point where someone will say, I know the ordinance says we only have to have a 35-foot wide road, but we want a 50-foot wide road at technical review. So I guess that's helpful because at least I know before I've invested a couple $100,000 in engineering. But still, it's not written in the ordinance.
Right.
So,
I get it. Thank you.
but yeah, tech reviews is, I would say tech review is pretty common in most of the communities we work with.
Yeah, it's better that they tell you up front instead of shooting you down and then having you come back.
Correct, yeah. And what's even harder is when you've got a completed building and your enunciators or your sprinklers are not in the right place or inadequate or something, and it's like, it was designed, it was reviewed, it was designed to code, it was reviewed, and then it was upon inspection at the end, you're telling me it's wrong, and now I've got to go back and move this stuff. And so it can be expensive. So
Very expensive. Any last questions before we go on to Ben? Thank you very much.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Ben Frost. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Legal Officer at New Hampshire Housing. I have this PowerPoint presentation that I can walk through, and it has two basic parts to it. One is an introduction to you, who New Hampshire Housing is, and the programs that we administer. And I've heard a series of questions coming up. Both this morning, I was watching the live stream, which is a great service to the public. Thank you. And there were different questions that came up, and this afternoon too as well, about the different programs that we administer. But then also the second part is look at the market. And I know you got some of that this morning from Bob Quinn and Chris Norwood from the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. And I have some different angles on that, but also look at the rental market, which I don't think they are really covered. And I'll happy to take any questions along the way. I also recognize time is limited, and I really want to hear what Jason Soren
You
says.
have plenty of time.
Okay.
I told, he's right out there. I told him we're a little behind, so
Okay,
everything's
great.
all set.
Thanks.
Take your time.
New Hampshire Housing is one of many state housing finance agencies. Each state has something similar to us, although we're all different in one way or another. New Hampshire Housing was created by the legislature in 1981. And you heard this morning Steve Lewis talking about the New Hampshire Housing Commission. That was formed in the mid-70s along with the New Hampshire Housing Agency. And those two were combined in 1981 by the legislature to create the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. And we have been in existence in that form since 1981. We are a component unit of state government. We're not part of the executive branch. We're not a state agency. We're not a department of state government, but a corporation formed by the legislature to provide financing and administer housing programs for the people of New Hampshire. We don't receive and never have received any operating funding from the state. We do administer, as I think Robert Turney alluded to, the state's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So that is funded by the legislature. We administer that on behalf of the state, but we don't take admin out of that. It all goes to development 100%. You see on the first page here, our board of directors. Top left is Chris Norwood, who appeared before you this morning. He is the chair of our board. A couple of our members, by statute, represent specific industry sectors. So Chris represents real estate. Tricia Moran represents single-family building, and Evelyn Welton represents banking. So those are by statute positions that get filled on our board. You see also Mike Skelton is on our board of directors, the executive director and CEO of the Business and Industry Association. Our board members are nominated by the governor and appointed by the executive council. Moving on, we have three principal lines of business, if you will. One is home ownership. And so we do not deal directly with home buyers. We work with a group of mortgage bankers, mortgage originators, and local and regional banks, which originate the loans, sometimes in their name, sometimes in our name. And so they're the ones who are the boots on the ground, if you will, of doing the mortgage work. We then acquire those mortgages from the mortgage originators, or we close them in our own name, and then we sell them into the secondary market. So we're a kind of an aggregator of mortgages. But we offer a wide range of mortgage programs that are really targeted to principally the first-time home buyer. Not exclusively, but principally the first-time home buyer. And our job by statute is to find those places where the private market doesn't really work that well. And the first-time home buyer is a really good example of that. So the banks who would do this work if they had the capital and risk profile for it use us instead to absorb that. And it's worked really well over the past 40 years. So you see our mortgage programs, how much we have done in the past fiscal year, and some of the data associated with that. We also, and there's actually, I skipped over. I flipped to the next page, multifamily housing finance. So Robert Turney and the folks from Elm Grove talked about the low-income housing tax credit. That is a U.S. Treasury program, not HUD, but Treasury program that we administer on behalf of the Treasury. So we are the allocator of the federal low-income housing tax credit for New Hampshire. And that is, here in New Hampshire and across the nation, it is the principal source of development capital for low-income housing rental construction.
Ben, Mr. Frost, do you do the inspections for that too?
We do. So we have an asset management division. We have in our multifamily housing division, we have an asset management group and a development group. The development group originates these projects and works with the developers to make them work and, to find the gaps in financing. And we also, as Robert, I'm sure will attest, we have some really rigorous design and construction standards. So we compel developers to build to a very high quality because this is an asset that we want to last for a long time because our asset management group is looking at this stuff over time, doing the annual inspections, doing the unit inspections, inspecting the books on each and every development to make sure that they're financially solvent. We have, and we have in our portfolio something like 400 projects totaling roughly 5,000 housing units across the state. We have not foreclosed on a multifamily project since the mid-1980s. And those, we foreclosed on two. One was in Franklin. It was a project that we assumed from the Franklin Housing Authority, and it was just not in good shape. And the other one was a project in Peterborough that I think was ill-advised from the get-go. But not since the 1980s have we foreclosed on any multifamily housing developments that we finance, which I think is a testament to the rigor with which we underwrite the projects. If they're not sound, they're not going to go forward. And here's an example. This is slide 4 on the second page of some of the projects that we financed. Talked about the homeownership programs. The last business line division that we have is the assisted housing division, and there's been some discussion with earlier speakers about the Housing Choice Voucher Program. We are a public housing agency under federal law, but we don't own and operate public housing. We are what's known as a voucher-only public housing agency. So there are a series of local public housing agencies in New Hampshire that also administer some allocation of housing choice vouchers. We do effectively statewide the balance of the state, and we administer, as you see, over 4,000 housing choice vouchers. There's roughly 10,000 vouchers administered statewide by all of the public housing agencies total. We administer that 4,200 plus. It's actually more like 4,500 because there's a variety of different vouchers depending upon the funding source. And there's also the emergency vouchers that were funded through ARPA. Not shown here, but it's come up in some of the earlier speakers' discussions with you. We also administer a couple of the pandemic-related housing programs. So the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, we are doing that under contract with Gopher. And that is winding down. It will be fully closed out by June of this year. All told, this will have provided rental resources to New Hampshire residents in need of those resources, something on the order of $250 million, all federal money. The other program also mentioned by earlier speakers is the Homeowner Assistance Fund, and it's pretty self-explanatory. It's to provide assistance to homeowners who are experiencing difficulties as a result of or during COVID, paying their mortgage, paying their utilities, paying their property taxes, or other property-related costs like homeowner association fees and condo fees and things like that. That will continue to run for a couple of years. And the funding, that's a total of $50 million. And that is moving relatively slowly, I think in part because of the controls that we put on the program. So we're requiring, if someone is seeking mortgage assistance, we're requiring them to go through loss mitigation with their mortgage servicer first to see if there's an opportunity there to change the terms of the mortgage to meet their needs. before they come to this program for assistance. And if they have done that and still have problems, then they're eligible. I made a note to myself to cover something that came up when the folks from Elm Grove were talking with you, and that's with regard to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. I think it was Chris Schleier who mentioned moving to work. And that is it's a relatively new HUD program, something that Congress designed and HUD is implementing. And we were just, in the past year, designated as a moving to work agency. So it's competitive. We applied for it and were awarded this. What that does is it gives us substantial flexibility in how to administer the Housing Choice Voucher Program. So, for example, in the frequency of inspections. And it's not every month or even every other month. It's the annual inspections. We can, using a moving to work designation, under appropriate circumstances, we can move that to biennial inspections. So if the property is in good shape, it doesn't need to be inspected every year unless we get a complaint. And if there's, and we'll go out and respond to any complaint of a tenant. And if we find a violation, then we will act on it. So that's one example of the flexibility that moving to work designation will give to us. The last area that we are active in, and it's not a business line division, but it's a group, this is the group that I supervise at New Hampshire Housing. It's our policy planning and communications group. We do the research, planning, and advocacy. And you see listed here a lot of different things. So for example, we're running the InvestNH Municipal Planning and Zoning Grant Program on behalf of the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. That's a $5 million grant program for municipalities to change their zoning to make them more housing friendly. The point being to create a regulatory environment at the local level that is more conducive to housing development. And I will tell you, we launched this on August 5th, and we have already made over 40 grants to municipalities, totaling over $2.1 million. The demand for this program is exceedingly high, meaning that the municipalities, our cities and towns, get it. They understand that there's a problem with housing supply in New Hampshire, and they want to be part of the solution. Not all of them, but the ones that, certainly the ones that we've made grants
Well,
to.
let me ask you this then. Have those towns you've awarded the grants to, have they historically been towns that have been, I'm not saying good or bad on housing, but like towns that have been more open to more development, or have they been closed towns? I'd like
It
to know
runs
that.
the gamut, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So there are some communities that have been historically less welcoming to housing development who are trying to change. And an important element of all of these grants is a requirement that they do community engagement. That is really boots on the ground, work with the public to get people to understand, get the voters to understand what the issues are and why it's important to do these things. You're not going to convince everyone. But if you can convince a significant majority of people who are going to show up at the polls on town meeting day, then yes, you're in a much better position to make change. And then there are others that have just been doing the right thing for a while and they want to do more of it, which is great. We also do a great variety of studies and reports, and I'll touch on those a little bit later. And conferences, and I think you've all received an invitation to our Homeownership Conference on March 8th in Bedford at the Manchester Country Club. It's all morning. It's a great program. I know it might be a session day, and I apologize
So
for that.
I actually wanted to make this an off-site meeting of the special committee, but unfortunately there's other committees that are meeting that day here in Concord. I don't think it's gonna be a session day, but if there's some things that maybe you could bring, like presentations to us on another day, I'm certainly willing to entertain that.
Be happy to do that. We're not recording the conference, but I can tell you two of the speakers that we have, John and Maggie Randolph. You might have seen on WMOR recently. They are the ones doing the, I won't call them tiny houses, but they are tiny houses, small homes in Dover for their employees. They're the owners of Harmony Homes, which is long-term care facilities in Durham, and I think also Dover, and maybe elsewhere too. And they were finding they just they couldn't hire people because the people couldn't afford to move here because they couldn't find a place to live. So they said, well, why don't we build something? And working cooperatively with the city of Dover, they were able to build, and this is under construction now, and I think nearing ready for occupancy. I think 43 single units that are for rent for their employees principally, but also for others. And these are roughly 450 square feet plus loft area. They're going to be speaking at our conference. I encourage you to invite them to speak to the committee.
I was looking at the agenda and the presentations. I don't know if we all received the email. There's some great presentations on that list. So if there's anybody interested, we can invite them to testify.
Right, I'd be happy to do that. Now, quickly, just taking a look at the market, I don't want to repeat what the folks from the Realtors Association have said, but focusing on the rental market. Annually, New Hampshire Housing does a residential rental cost survey. It is an extraordinarily robust survey. We survey something on the order of 20,000 units statewide in collaboration with the UNH Survey Center and other contractors who go out and get landlords to respond to this. We get really good data on what the rental market is in New Hampshire, the best data available. And the data show, this is slide 11, that the rental costs are going up and up and up. If you extend this back in time to like 1995, you would see it's been going up since that time. It was really only in the early 90s that we saw real stability in the rental market, and that was because we had such a surplus of housing that had been built in the 80s. And then we had the crash of the late 80s, early 90s. But since 1995, rental costs have been going up. And there's kind of an acceleration here in this curve. Things are not getting better. We're in the process right now of updating that survey, and we will have the results published most likely in July. And you see also the vacancy rates on the next page, and I think Dawn referred to this in her testimony, are statewide, all units total 0.5%. And for 2-bedroom units, which is the bulk of the supply, is 0.3%. And Representative Yurkela has a question, I think.
Oh, Representative Yurkela.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, when you're saying rental cost, are you talking about the cost of providing the rental or the cost to the end user, the actual rent of the apartment?
That is contract rent. So that is what the tenant pays
Okay,
for rent.
beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we account for sometimes the tenants pay the utilities, sometimes they don't. So we account for that. So what the result is the gross rent. So rent plus utilities is what we're representing here. And you see the vacancy rates by county. Things are tough all over. Doesn't matter where you are in the state. There's not enough rental housing. The last thing I have on the rents is really a transition to ownership, the household income by tenure, that is ownership versus renters. And you see how static the income has been over time of the renter households. They've just not gone up. Now, no one's income has gone up to keep up with housing costs, whether you're an owner or a renter, but it's been especially hard for renters. What I don't show here is eviction data, and that is available by from the judicial branch. They've been reporting on this really well, but they've just converted how they report that from weekly to monthly. So we're kind of sorting through what that looks like. I can tell you that the eviction data, what they have presented up to now shows that the level of evictions are down somewhat from where they were pre-COVID, which is a good sign, but there's still a significant number of evictions going on statewide. And that's really where New Hampshire legal assistance plays such an important role. Moving to the purchase side, this is kind of repetitious of what the realtor said, so I won't dwell on this other than to look at, this is slide 19, the prices. Uh, And I show, you know, December 20 to December 22, a 22% increase. If we go back pre-COVID, December 2019, we've seen through December 2022, a 48% increase in sales prices. This is the median sales price. So there's an extraordinary acceleration. I think it was, it may have been Chris Norwood this morning who talked about the velocity increasing. That's acceleration. And you can see kind of the inflection point in this curve around 2020, where it really took off. And this is what we've been hearing about in the news for the past couple of years. Dampened somewhat, but not a whole lot, by the increase in interest rates. You know, they bottomed out in December of 2020 at, I think, 2.79, which was the lowest. This is the Freddie Mac survey of national mortgage interest rates. And that was the lowest they had ever recorded in the 40-year history, actually 50-year history of that survey. Now it's, you know, 6 point something%, which seems high, but if you compare it to where it was in the early 80s, you know, it's not so bad. They have stabilized, and that's, I think, a good thing. But they're up, and the interest rates are having an impact on people's ability to afford a home. So we see sales down. And it's especially difficult for the buyers that we serve, the first-time home buyers. Also, questions came up, where are people coming from? And, you know, Chris Norwood, sitting in this chair, said, I see all the Massachusetts license plates. And but he confessed, you know, maybe that's what I'm looking for. You know, if you think something's happening, then you're going to see it happening. In fact, we have not seen a huge increase in buyers from out of state. Most of our buyers come from New Hampshire. And in fact, most of the buyers in New Hampshire come from the town or the proximate region in which they already live, whether they already own a home or they're renting. Most buyers are local to their own markets. We have seen a small increase, small, but I would say statistically significant increase in buyers from out of state. And this is, part of it's from Massachusetts, yeah, and it's the people decamping the Boston metro area during COVID. But I think most of those are coming here and occupying homes that they already owned. And now many of them are going back. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the home buyer profile over time as other places, other parts of the country become less great to live in. Like I'm thinking about the mega drought in the Southwest and fires in the Pacific Northwest. These are things that people are going to be dealing with in the future. And New Hampshire, all of New England, is going to be a really great place to live and better in perspective to those changes elsewhere. So we might see more of that happening. Delinquencies, they're down, but they're going up. You know, the forbearance, COVID-related forbearance is ending, and so we're expecting that to be more of an issue going forward. A number of people talked about what's the problem. The problem is supply. We're simply not building enough housing. And if you look at the slide 25, this is building permit data collected by the Office of Planning and Development, and you see where we are. The lowest points on this curve are periods of recession: 1980, 81, 82, 1991, 2009. We are building at recessionary levels right now, and we've been building at recessionary levels during the period of the nation's longest economic expansion in our history. This is economically unsustainable for us as a state. We need to be building more. Chris Norwood said he'd like to see us build 4,000 or 5,000 units a year. I think he's off by 100%. I think we need to be building more like 9,000 or 10,000 units a year to meet the demand that we see going forward and to account for the shortage we have right now. How much housing does New Hampshire need? Great question. Right now we've got a shortage of something like 23,000 units to get us to a stable market on the renter side and on the owner side. And this accounts for, this last slide here accounts for growth in the future, population changes, household composition changes, people moving to the state, which we need. You know, look at the, well, we don't have want ads anymore, but go on Indeed and you know, any hiring platform, and you'll see so many openings. Talk to any employer, talk to the BIA. They'll tell you we need workers, workers need houses. So I end with this offer, this question: what can we do to help you? We have a really robust research group. We have the best source of housing data in the state. If you have questions, we will attempt to answer them. Just ask. We do the data analysis. We do the residential rental cost survey. We have data from the Warren Group on home purchases, which takes the PA34s from DRA and filters them. We look at every deed recording in the state. And we also do independent research. Right now, we're looking at the school costs of new residential construction. This is stuff that Russ Tebow had done for us years ago. Russ is retired, and we have a new firm working with us to look at this. You know, so and talk to Robert Turney, talk to the folks from Elm Grove, and they tell you that there's a lot of resistance locally. Part of that resistance is all the kids that'll come with this low-income housing. Well, let's take a look at the numbers. The numbers don't say that. There's actually very few kids that come with any kind of development, whether it's single-family homes or multifamily low-income rental construction. Typically, it's related to the number of bedrooms in a house. Bigger homes tend to have more kids. It's pretty simple math. We will also be looking at the cost, the property value impact on surrounding properties when you build new low-income rental housing. This is, you know, it's gonna kill my property values. Not what we've seen elsewhere. It actually raises property values, but we need to demonstrate that from a New Hampshire perspective. We know that. We're also looking at the impact of short-term rentals on the housing market. We don't know what the story is yet. We're just looking at the data. And finally, our policy and communications. We do a lot of work with grassroots organizations, helping them to communicate locally. But we also, I will contradict what my friend Steve Lewis said this morning about New Hampshire housing being hamstrung and being worried about the funding. Well, I said we don't get operational funding from the state. And we have been, I would say, active and aggressive with the legislature. So 2008, we worked with the New Hampshire Legal Assistance to write the Workforce Housing Law. 2016, we worked with the home builders to write the Accessory Dwelling Unit Law. 2019, we wrote the Housing Appeals Board legislation for Senator Bob Guida. And this year, we wrote at the governor's request the legislation introduced by Senator Dan Innes, the Historic Housing Tax Credit, which will have a hearing next Tuesday in Senate committee. So we're ready to speak up, but we're also ready to help answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Are there questions for Ben Frost? Representative Keller.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. You were talking about the research that you're doing as far as children per unit or per bedroom. I'm interested if you plan on breaking that data down by, like, you know, let's say children per unit that, or per unit that has one bedroom, per unit that has two bedroom, per unit that, like, if you have a 3-bedroom house, if you build a bunch of 3-bedroom houses, you're going to probably get more children than if you build a bunch of 1-bedroom unit houses. If you will be showing that in your data when you, are you breaking it down by that?
Yes, Representative, that is the plan.
Beautiful. Can I ask another one? Oh, yes. There was a discussion, I guess, earlier about the inspections and how often they're happening and by all the different agencies that might, because maybe your agency may be only inspecting, let's say, every year, or maybe even now every 2 years, but there may be other agencies or funding sources or whatever that are inspecting also. And there was some hint of a discussion about, is there a way, or is it feasible to possibly have, let's say, your organization be your inspection to also qualify for those other inspections, and therefore reducing the number of inspections in general. Maybe they would be accepted, or maybe we could offer, like, hey, if you're interested, we could save you money by doing the inspection and letting you know what we think, kind of a thing. If What are your thoughts on that?
This is a great question, and there's I'll answer on a couple of different levels. One is there are different types of inspections. So there's the construction inspection. So while something is under construction, and we have created a model agreement that we are using now with different funders, so that so that the banks don't need to send their inspector, and other entities don't need to send their inspector. We hire the inspector, and they agree to accept the results of our inspection. So that limits the inspections during construction. But the subject that was at discussion this morning was it's already occupied, and you get the Section 8 housing choice voucher inspection. If we're looking at the quality of the unit, you get maybe an inspector looking at based on funding from the tax credit. So that does occur. I would say in an ideal world, yes, and it's an outstanding idea. The difficulty, of course, is that we're dealing with multiple funding sources that have regulations that we must follow. So mostly this is a federal question, and I don't want to say, oh, it's the feds and we can do nothing about it, because I think we can do something about it. But it's not something that the legislature here really is in a position to do. This is a federal question because most of these sources are federal in nature. We do try to minimize the inspection burden on the property owner, the landlord, and on the tenant. And yes, I recognize the imposition that it poses on a tenant. Sometimes, though, it's a response to a tenant complaint. So they're asking us to come, and that we will do that at any time.
Representative Fellow.
I've remembered my actual second question. That other one was on the fly. Because I forgot the second one. There was a discussion earlier about how kind of the agency was previously offering services, I guess, as far as training or advising local municipalities or developers that see some problems going on at local municipalities about their application of law, and how their sense was that the agency wasn't doing that as much anymore. Do you believe that is the case, that you are reduced that amount, or that you never really did it, or that that maybe that would be a good service that would incentivize municipalities to kind of follow the spirit and the regulations that are in place right now, and maybe there isn't any additional regulations necessary, it's just enforcement of the current ones?
Representative Bukala, I do recall the question, or the comment from Steve Lewis, who was talking about the former New Hampshire Housing Commission, which existed in the 1970s, which is when he got his start as a home builder in Atkinson. And I think that there was a certain level of activism at that time by the commission. I will say, we at New Hampshire Housing, we have from time to time engaged as interveners in litigation. So in the really important Britton versus Chester case, it was a decision of the New Hampshire Supreme Court in 1991. The litigation began in 1986. We were interveners in that case on behalf of the builders and the would-be tenants. And also we assisted with the litigation that Great Bridge Properties took against the town of Ossipee, and I think you remember this. And so one of our employees was an expert witness in that case. So we do have some capacity to do that. But really, what you're talking about is not the litigation, but before you get to that point, helping with the municipal boards. It's not something we've done. I don't know that it's something that we've considered, but it's something I think is not a bad idea. And I'll certainly take it back.
Thank you. Any other Representative Walsh?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And I hope you didn't, and I apologize for leaving the room for a minute. I had to step out. I hope you didn't answer my question while I was gone. I've asked this, it's just for more data. I've asked the question a couple different ways, probably not that well. You've obviously compiled a bunch of data here. Most of it's by county. And I am looking and seeing that the problem is not as severe in every county as it is in others. So my question is, because I know in Hooksett, we are currently, the planning board adopted or hired out, we're doing our own housing needs assessment. To assess what you need, you have to know what you have. So has it gone down to the town level in any of your studies on what is currently there for a mix of housing, town by town? Because I don't think every town needs the same solution as the others, per se.
I agree. This is a great question, Representative Walsh. What I'll say is that we have not done that. However, and you might be aware of this, the state's 9 regional planning commissions working with the Office of Planning and Development have for the past year and a half, 2 years, been working on regional housing needs assessments, which are looking at not just the regional need, but figuring out what each individual municipality's responsibility is in meeting that need. And so there's what's this called a fair share analysis and allocation. So each municipality should be able to look to the regional housing needs assessment and see, okay, this is what we've got to do. Now, an individual municipality might do its own analysis, as Hooksett is doing, and come up with a different number, probably because the depth of your analysis will be that much greater than what the Regional Planning Commission is doing, because no one knows your town as well as you do. And you have the capacity to look more closely at what's going on than the Regional Planning Commission would, or us, or the Office of Planning and Development statewide.
So at this point, it's pretty much voluntarily town to town. There is nothing that's been done or
well,
there's no compelling way to get this information.
Well, the regional housing needs assessments are nearing completion, so those will be available very soon for all of throughout the state. Each regional planning commission is doing its own analysis and may have its own different timeline. They are required to do this. The regional planning commissions are required by law to do a regional housing needs assessment every 5 years. That's part of their statutory mandate. So they do that. What's not required is that fair share analysis and allocation. That's not in statute, but is based on in the Britton versus Chester lawsuit from the 90s, and also on the workforce housing law, which says that every municipality must provide its fair share of the region's current and reasonably foreseeable future need for workforce housing.
Thank you for that, and I believe they are a month or so away. You're right. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Perfect. So any other questions? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Frost. Appreciate it. I'm sure you'll be back.
I'd be happy to come back. We are nearing the end of work on our statewide housing needs assessment, and I'd love to come back and present the results
That
of
would
that
be great.
200-page study, which I can condense.
Yes. We want the yes, the
I'll
Spark
give
Note
it to you.
version. So with that, I'm gonna take maybe a 5-minute break and let our next witness set up his computer and things. So with that, we'll get back together around 2:30, 2:35. Okay, so we are back, House Special Committee on Housing. So I would like to invite or introduce my friend Jason Sorens. I initially met him a few years ago at a St. Anselm College event. He was at the time working for St. Anselm College, College of Ethics, Business, and Governance, which is a great organization aimed at getting people like moral, like building a better moral foundation for the state through ethics and governance. So since then, he's moved on. So he's now senior research faculty at American Institute for Economic Research. But Jason's been doing quite a bit of research on New Hampshire zoning. So as soon as we thought zoning, we brought it up in the first meeting, I instantly knew that you would have something to contribute. So you recently came out with some research, and I would like you to at least present and let us learn more.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, representatives. I was told to allocate an hour, but my presentation is only about 30 minutes, so there should be plenty of time for questions. So I am talking about New Hampshire zoning laws and their effect, especially on the housing market today. So a little bit about the nature of zoning in New Hampshire. RSA 674 is really the core legislative grant of authority, the so-called Zoning Enabling Act for municipalities. And neighboring chapters sort of flesh that out. So when you think about zoning, there's really zoning strictly defined, which has to do with separating uses and limiting density. But then you also have other land use planning powers that municipalities have. Subdivision regulations, site plan regulations, and building codes, and those are all based in this chapter of the statutes. Over time, the state's regulation and grants of power to municipalities have become more complex and detailed. So for instance, innovative land use controls, there's a long list of so-called innovative zoning authorities that municipalities can implement and authorize, and the state has given them the power to do that. Historic, heritage, agriculture, and housing commissions are all things that have been added over time. If you look at the statutes, there are a few ways in which the state explicitly constrains what municipalities can do with zoning, especially related to housing. So, for instance, inclusionary zoning is authorized as an innovative land use control. Inclusionary zoning is a tool that provides an incentive to a builder or developer to maintain guaranteed affordability for some of the units. And it usually has some sort of income test. So some of the units have to be rented or sold at below market rates to renters or buyers who have incomes below a certain level. However, the state requires that this only be implemented as a voluntary incentive. Some other states like California have mandatory inclusionary zoning where a town can simply say, if you want to build anything, it has to include these price-controlled units. A second way that the state preempts local zoning, manufactured housing has to be allowed in most of the land areas zoned for residential, according to the language of the statute. So that is a way in which New Hampshire constrains local zoning authority probably more strongly than other New England states. The workforce housing law that Ben Frost mentioned, for instance, I'm sure other speakers today have mentioned that. Every municipality must allow reasonable and realistic opportunities for the development of workforce housing on a majority of residentially zoned land. That doesn't mean multifamily housing has to be allowed on a majority of residentially zoned land, but there has to be the capability, reasonable and realistic opportunities to develop some kind of workforce housing, whether it's single family owner occupied workforce housing or multifamily. There is a common misconception that workforce housing is this inclusionary housing. That's not necessarily the case according to statute. It simply has to be affordable, and that's defined in statute, but that could be naturally affordable. It could be sold at a market rate that is nevertheless affordable and count as workforce housing. Accessory dwelling units or accessory apartments or in-law apartments must be allowed by municipalities in places where detached single-family homes are allowed. But municipalities may place certain restrictions on them. Nationally, there are other states that have also implemented a law like this. California recently But New Hampshire's is one of the furthest reaching in terms of restricting ways in which municipalities can try to discourage ADUs. So what are the characteristics of local ordinances in New Hampshire? Are there any ways we can sort of generalize? Well, the usual purposes of zoning regulations, not just in New Hampshire, but throughout the United States, are first of all separating uses and limiting density. And so zoning ordinances are paired with zoning maps. The zoning map will show different districts, and those districts are intended for different uses. So commercial uses allowed over here, residential uses allowed over there, industrial uses over there. And in some cases, you could allow multiple uses in a district, and some municipalities do that. But this is sort of the classic rationale for zoning, is to separate uses that are thought to be incompatible. But the second purpose of zoning is a very, very common one, and pretty much ubiquitous, and that is to limit density, to either require minimum lot sizes or just a direct maximum number of units allowed in a particular unit of land, like an acre. That is a very common feature of zoning ordinances in our state and in other states as well. 19 municipalities, a little under 10%, lack zoning. All of these are rural. They're up north for the most part. I think Leominster is the furthest south one. In some of them, subdivision regulations still function to limit density. So some of them actually set minimum lot sizes in their subdivision regulations, so they're effectively still doing a zoning type function. And then there are 14 other municipalities that technically have zoning, but the entire town is a single district. So they're not really doing the separation of uses function. And so it's not very clear how a town that supposedly lacks zoning, but nevertheless restricts density in some other way, is really any different from a town that restricts density town-wide but doesn't separate uses. Typical features of New Hampshire zoning, ways in which New Hampshire zoning is a little bit different maybe from the rest of the U.S., or at least certain parts of the rest of the U.S. Most residential land area is reserved for single family only, detached single family. Now that is quite common in other places as well, but it's probably stronger here because we're a more rural state than a lot of other states. We frequently see in New Hampshire that small scale commercial operations, let's say corner groceries and things like that, are allowed in residential districts. Certainly not always, but in about half of the residential land area, you'll see at least some general category of commercial use allowed, and it's often in rural areas, which is a little bit different from some other places. And my hypothesis for this is that towns want the tax revenue that commercial development brings, and so there's a direct incentive for them to allow commercial development. A feature of New England zoning that just everyone in this field knows about is the land of high minimum lot sizes. So minimum lot sizes constraining a house to be built on a large piece of land. That's very typical in New Hampshire and in other New England states, but is rarer in the rest of the country. In New Hampshire, one of the interesting things I think is maybe even a little bit different from some of the other New England states is that some municipalities will actually just regulate minimum road frontage, and that's the way they limit density. It's not the lot size, but it's the frontage. So how tight is New Hampshire zoning if we compare it to other states? This is a really difficult exercise. I'm going to give you a couple of different sources here, and they give somewhat different results. One is this Wharton Residential Land Use Regulatory Index that's produced by some UPenn economists. And what they do is they survey thousands of municipal officials around the country on a number of different things, and some of them are a little bit subjective, like how active are town residents in showing up to public hearings on new developments and that sort of thing. And they use the answers to those questions to come up with a single index of how restrictive zoning is. Because it's a survey, I think for smaller states like New Hampshire, it can be kind of volatile. And we see this in the two waves of the survey that they've done. One was in 2005 and one was in 2018. In 2005, New Hampshire looked like the fourth most strictly zoned state in the country, after Hawaii, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. There's a little bit of face validity there. Everyone knows Hawaii has very strict land use regulations and other New England states as well, not to mention New Jersey. Then in the 2018 survey, New Hampshire looks 31st. So New Hampshire actually looks like it's just an average state in terms of how strict zoning is. Did New Hampshire actually reduce zoning that much in those 13 years? I mean, we did get some statewide legislation that's been talked about, workforce housing law and the ADU law. I don't think that that New Hampshire really dropped that much, but there's probably some volatility here because it's a small state, and when you're doing a survey, just the sample size is going to be small for a small state. But you do see some, again, face validity here in 2018 with New Jersey, Maryland, Rhode Island, California, everyone knows has very strict land use regulation, all showing up near the top. Here's another source that's been used by economists. A couple of Harvard economists, Ganong and Shog, have this, this piece looking at land use regulation and its effects on the economy that's been widely cited. Their measure of land use regulation is state appellate decisions containing the phrase land use, cumulative from January 1st, 1920, which is about when zoning started, divided by state population. So the idea here is that if you regulate land use more strictly, you're going to get more land use conflicts and more court cases. And here, New Hampshire looks like the 5th strictest state in the country. Let's look at regulatory restrictions across the territory of our state. This is forthcoming data that is not yet available to the public from the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas. This will be released from the Center for Ethics and Society next month. And I was the PI on that on this research project. But we worked hand in hand with OPD and New Hampshire Housing as well in putting these data together and raising funding for it. So here are a few preview maps of what the zoning looks like in these categories. So we're going to look at how much of our land area is single-family housing allowed on a small lot, that is under an acre, and how much of the state is a duplex allowed on a small lot under an acre, on how much of the state is a 5-family structure allowed on a small lot. And here a small lot is defined as 2.5 acres, so that's meeting that same density of 2 units per acre. And then where are large ADUs allowed, larger than the state requires, and where is manufactured housing allowed. So I'm going to show you first single family and duplexes on small lots. You see on the left-hand side here that the vast majority of the state does not allow single family on small lots. Now, in some cases, you might say that, that this is the result of lacking wastewater infrastructure. The State Department of Environmental Services does regulate minimum lot size for septic, but most of those requirements, unless your soils are really bad or your slopes are steep, you can get septic on less than an acre lot. So in general, most towns are requiring minimum lot sizes even for a detached single family that are higher than is strictly necessary for a septic system. And in fact, the number here is 13% of the buildable land area of the state is available for small lot, single family. And so you can see in gray here, these are non-buildable areas: White Mountain National Forest, interstate highways, lakes, and wetlands over 10 acres in size. So yeah, so that's under 1 acre minimum lot size and under 200 feet of minimum road frontage. That's right. And so then for small duplex here, we're saying we're counting as a small lot duplex under an acre minimum lot size, or more than 2 units per acre allowed for duplexes. So that some towns will specify a maximum density, some will not, and just specify the minimum lot size. So we wanted to have both of those criteria in there. And you can see that less of the state is available for small lot duplexes. And the figure here, I believe, is about 10% of the buildable land area is available for duplexes on small lots. Okay. And now let's look at 5-family. So 5-family, you see actually more of the land area is available for 5-family than for duplexes at higher densities. And that may be a little bit surprising, but I wonder if this has something to do with the state workforce housing law. Again, it requires reasonable and realistic opportunities for workforce housing. Multifamily housing in that statute is defined as 5 units or more in a structure. So it could be that some towns, in order to make sure that they're meeting the statutory requirements, allow for 5 units on a fairly small lot. But again, it does tend to be, interestingly, the more rural areas that are allowing apartment buildings, which is where you wouldn't really expect a lot of the demand to be. You know, Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, and Clarksville up there at the very top. You know, these are not places where developers are clamoring to build residential towers, right? It's just not a feasible or market-driven form of development up there. So in terms of places where there is that demand in more of the southeastern part of the state, you see that it's still a small share of the land area that's available for this, again, on small lots, right? So a lot of towns will allow 5-family on, let's say, a 10-acre lot or larger, but that's not necessarily an economically attractive proposition for a lot of landowners. You'll see that a large majority of the land area is available for large ADUs, and this varies mostly by town and not by zoning district, unlike the previous maps. And the reason for this is presumably, again, the state law that says wherever you allow single family, you also have to allow for ADUs. And so typically towns do not say, you can have this size ADU in this single family district and this size ADU in a different single family district. They just have a single ordinance that covers the entire land area. And then finally, manufactured housing, you see that the vast majority of the buildable land area of the state is available for manufactured housing. And again, probably because of state statute that requires this on the majority of each town's land area. You will see some towns here that seemingly do not conform to state law. I'll just leave it there. They may have some explanation for that, but this is, according to our measure, we're not seeing that they allow that on the majority of their land area. Okay, so once this is released, and you'll be hearing more about it in the coming weeks, this will be available at this website, the New Hampshire Zoning Atlas. And there'll be many more findings. So this is just a short little teaser. I'm going to give you a little bit more information now about the origins and effects of zoning in New Hampshire. So zoning was authorized by statute in 1926, around the time many other states did it, and some towns adopted it almost immediately. Keene, Portsmouth, Manchester, Concord, Nashua, fairly early on, more urban jurisdictions. But also it looks like some of the wealthier jurisdictions in the state that are certainly not very urban in the 1930s, like Hanover and Durham, also adopted zoning very early on. And then we see another wave of zoning adoption in the 1960s and 1970s, periods of very high growth in this state. And that's when a lot of the more rural and suburban communities began to adopt zoning explicitly as a way of controlling growth and limiting how fast population was growing. I've done some research for the Josiah Bartlett Center that constructs a measure of regulatory stringency by town. And that correlates positively with how long zoning has been in place. In other words, the longer zoning has been around, the stricter it tends to be if you compare towns. And there's a little scatter plot here that shows that relationship, and you see just a handful of towns adopt zoning early on, and then a bunch start adopting it in the 60s and 70s. And those are more restrictive today, apparently, than those that adopted it in the 80s, 90s, and that's pretty much when the zoning adoption stopped. Dalton tried to do it, and then it was voted down again. So what does this tell us? It may mean that some of the communities that adopted zoning starting in the 50s, 60s, and 70s were doing it, again, explicitly to try to restrict housing development. So I'm going to just give you a very little bit about how I constructed this measure of regulatory stringency and what it looks like for jurisdictions in New Hampshire. So what I did is I looked at quality adjusted cost of housing by year. I have a data set of all single family home sales in the state since 1997, something like 145,000 of them. And I look at how much do they cost compared to what you would expect given features of the housing, like how old it is, how many square footage, how big the lot size, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, and so on. And then I average that by town, like how much does that housing cost more than you would expect given its features. And then I look at population growth. All right, and so population growth, this is coming out of our state's estimates, and it's based on the OPD data that, that Ben Frost mentioned on dwelling units permitted. And so what the idea here is that if some towns are more costly than others simply because of demand, people want to live there and they build up the cost of housing, then we would probably expect those also to be fast growing jurisdictions. People want to live there, but they just can't build new homes fast enough, and so the cost goes up. But they're still growing faster than places where people don't want to live. But if restricted supply is driving costs, then we shouldn't see that relationship. We should see costly towns that are growing slowly because they've restricted supply. People want to live there, but they can't because homes aren't being built. And my result is that if I look at towns that don't have zoning, it is positive. So in towns that don't have zoning, demand is what drives the cost of housing. But everywhere else, it seems like it's restricted supply that's driving the cost of housing. And so the conclusion is that supply restrictions in the face of rising demand as population grows are a big driver of housing costs. This might be a little bit hard to see, but this is the cloud of all towns on their population growth on the x-axis and their excess price, how much more costly than average they are. Probably not surprising that Newcastle, Rye, and Portsmouth and Newington are extremely expensive towns in the state. But what's especially interesting is that these towns are not growing fast. And see, these are towns that are growing about the average for New Hampshire. Whereas towns like Lincoln, you know, those of us who like to go to Loon, you know, it's a popular place, right? So, but it's that cost growth is being driven by population growth. And then, whereas like Stratford and Clarksville and places like that, they're very cheap, but people don't want to live there. There are no jobs there, so they're not bidding up the cost of housing there. So the higher cost you are, more than we would expect, given your population growth. That's my measure of how restricted your supply is. Okay, a little bit of technical detail there, but I think the results have some face validity here. So this is a map of restrictiveness of housing supply by municipality, and we see that in the southeast, housing supply is more restricted, right? Darker colors are more restricted. We see some in the Lakes region and in the Upper Valley, and maybe a little bit in the White Mountains are a little bit restrictive. And then sort of the Appalachian spine up from Cheshire County all the way up to Coos. That's where supply is not restricted very much compared to the rest of the state. And this isn't terribly surprising because you would expect that the places where people want to live that are having the population growth, those are precisely the places that are more likely to adopt ordinance to manage that growth. And so that's going to be the southern part of the state and places where there are lots of amenities like the Lakes region and the mountains. So what are the effects of regulatory stringency? So I did some statistical tests here to look at this, and there's a large economics literature on this. I'm by no means the first person to look at this, but I am drilling down on the case in New Hampshire. So what we see is that with population growth over time, it has slowed. So in the 70s and the 80s, we grew rapidly. So 25% growth in the 70s, 20% growth in the 80s, then down to 11% in the 90s, 6.5% in the 2000s, and then 4.6% population growth in the 2010s. Now, what do we think is happening there? Is New Hampshire becoming a less and less desirable place to live? And so fewer people demand homes here? Or is it something else? And my view is that the data suggests that it's something else. It's not that people don't want to live here anymore for whatever reason, or whatever, our crime rate is too high or our taxes are too high. That doesn't seem to be what's going on here. Those things have not changed. So what has changed is our cost of living has gone way up. So we're the 8th most costly state, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis. We have the 2nd lowest fertility rate in the country. So one of the findings in the literature is that the more costly housing is, the less likely you are to get families to form, and they're less likely to have kids. They can't afford to. They have to live in a small apartment. They can't afford a house and the space to have kids, or they have fewer kids because they don't have that space. And so it's not surprising that our fertility rate would be so low that people aren't having kids here. And so you combine the two things, tends to be older people who are wealthier and can afford costly housing, and costly housing also causes young people to have fewer kids. We're also the 2nd oldest state in the country by median age. This also means that the people who tend to live and stay here, the people who move here, the people who stay here, tend to be wealthier than average. Because if you are poorer than average, you probably want to go move to Texas or somewhere else that's cheap, right? And so the research does show this, that Americans in general are moving away from high-wage regions to low-wage regions, which seems surprising. Why would you move away from a high-wage region to a low-wage region? And the answer is cost of living, because the low-wage regions have even lower cost of living. So once you control for that, you're actually better off moving to the Sun Belt, from California or the Northeast, because you can afford the housing there. So we have ended up with the 8th highest median income in the country. Maybe some of that is due to good economic policies, but probably a lot of it is also just due to this sorting effect where only the wealthier people can afford to live here. I do also find within New Hampshire there's more socioeconomic segregation. So again, this might be a little bit hard to read here, but in terms of the town names, but the relationship here is positive between two variables. The first is the degree of housing regulation early in the 2000s, basically. Right, so how restrictive was regulation back then? And on the y-axis, we have change in median household income from 2000 to 2015. Okay, so what we're finding with this positive relationship is that places that started out more regulated in the early 2000s subsequently became richer over the next decade and a half. Now, why did that happen? Was it that zoning laws made their workers more productive and they could earn more at work? That doesn't, I don't know any mechanism that would account for that. But what's probably happening is that lower income households are moving away from the places that are more regulated. So what we tend to get is a kind of bifurcation where some towns, like Amherst and Hanover and places like that, don't grow very much, but the people who stay there are the wealthier ones. And then other towns like Canaan and Allenstown and Pittsfield, those are the places that are affordable, and so lower income households tend to move there. And so you get lower income households in some towns and higher income households in other towns. We get that kind of increasing sort of socioeconomic segregation in the state. All right, so that's it for me, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sorens. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at your maps and data and stuff. Now, you take a town like Newington, which has a very low tax rate because of the malls and the industry around, but I predict that malls are dying. What do you think is going to happen to Newington?
Oh, that's yeah. It's hard to speculate, but certainly you would expect that if commercial tax base went down, they'd have to raise their taxes, and that could also reduce demand for housing there. So there's an interesting relationship in that a town that has some good fortune or good planning to attract commercial development and reduce its tax rate then sees people want to buy houses there to take advantage of the lower tax rate, and so the value of homes goes up there. I've seen this in my region. I live in Amherst. Bedford has lower tax rates and higher home values than Amherst because Bedford has allowed a little bit more development. And so, you know, you could say that that is their good luck, or it could be their good planning to allow for that and you know, provide the infrastructure for that.
Representative Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you email this PowerPoint presentation to the committee?
Absolutely.
Excellent work, by the way.
Thank you.
Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the areas, or probably other than ADUs, on your maps, if I was paying attention correctly, was manufactured homes. And I know up north, several towns had parks, and they didn't want more parks, so then they says more homes could be, manufactured homes could be on land.
Right.
As opposed to in parks. And I don't see a movement when you look at the cost of developing of manufactured home parks or higher density for that clustered.
Yeah.
And most towns then zone that out because they want one per acre and so forth. But it would seem that manufactured homes have great opportunity from what you're saying.
That's right, and this does not distinguish between, this map does not distinguish between parks and individual lots. But we have that data, and so once the atlas is released, we'll show where are manufactured homes allowed in parks, where are they allowed on individual lots, where are they allowed on either way. And I can say just impressionistically, based on my work on these data, that yeah, most towns are leaning toward allowing them on individual lots, but not in parks. But there are many that go the other way, and so it tends to be, you know, towns that are very worried about a certain conception of community character will often say, yes, have a lot of parks over in this part of town, but then no manufactured housing anywhere else. Whereas those that don't, you know, so much care will allow them anywhere. And you see that, you know, I've just noticed driving around, there are more manufactured housing parks than you'd expect. They're tucked away in various places, and they don't often look like it. But even Amherst has them, and you would think that, you know, a town like Amherst would have tried to zone them out, but they haven't. So, but some form they're allowed in most of the state.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. And maybe you know also, we talk manufactured homes. How about ordinances against mobile homes? Because I have a picture in my mind of what a manufactured home is. It comes in on a trailer, you put both halves together, that's manufactured. But a mobile home, you're backing on a slab and the axles and the tongue stay right on it. Are those, what, do you have any study on whether those are allowed around the state?
Yeah, so according to state law, mobile homes count as manufactured homes. So, so yeah, so towns are no longer allowed to make a distinction between them. Some of them used to try to.
They count the mobile homes as manufactured homes, and then a lot of people call me, and I don't sell trailers. You know, we do the modular homes, but a lot of people are inquiring, you know, about the manufactured homes. But you don't get a lot of them on single-family lots because the land's so expensive.
Right.
You know, you're going to buy an expensive lot and put a mobile home on it. It's
right. You don't see that very often.
No.
Yeah.
It's not the best bang for your buck.
Yeah. And there's obviously modular or pre-site built housing is another affordable option that, and we didn't code this explicitly, but I haven't seen any ordinance that tries to restrict pre-site built housing. So that's a positive.
Thank you. Just for clarification, modular and manufactured and mobile homes are all synonymous at this point in time, but I think of a modular home as something that might be a bit more involved than a ranch with two halves. I used to work at Westfield Homes back in the day. We would, you know, you'd have a 3,000 square foot garrison, it'd be 6 modules and stacked with a crane, but that's all encompassing, is it not?
Actually, well, pre-site built housing where you have like prefab sections of the house that you then come and put together on a fixed foundation, that's not considered manufactured housing, actually. Manufactured housing is if it's the whole unit either on a slab or on a trailer.
Anyone else? Representative McConkey?
Having owned several parks, manufactured home comes complete, as you said, heating system, you tie in the water, you tie in the sewer. Modular comes off the frame. It was the stigma of mobile home that's been changed to manufactured home.
Well, thank you. I just have a question with, our charge on the committee is to help alleviate the housing crisis. And
Right.
you're an expert on New Hampshire zoning laws. So if you had, there's no magic bullet, but if you had some sort of suggestion, what would you give us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here to advocate on behalf of any particular policies, but I will say that certainly land use regulations appear to be, according to this research, a big part of the restriction in supply and rise in cost of housing. And so, in general, if the state can incentivize or maybe even judiciously mandate zoning changes for municipalities that would allow for more housing of various types, that is going to result in more housing and a decrease in costs. Now, exactly how you do that is obviously there are many ideas, and there are several bills in the current session, and I may even testify about some of them, but I will say that this is an area that deserves some focus.
Representative O'Connell?
I mean, I feel ashamed to not have more questions because I love, like, there's just like so much data that I feel like it's just ripe for questions, but you explained it very well, so I guess I didn't have that many. But so you seem to be focused a lot on the specific zoning kind of restrictions. Did you account for or control for kind of like regulatory apparatuses? We were talking about like fire earlier today. We were talking about like maybe code enforcements that may be layered on top of zoning that may be an issue. Did you stumble on any of that or control for that, or how? What did you?
I mean, some
find?
towns do amend the state building code, and in general, I would expect that those amendments would add at least a little bit to the cost of housing because it's just at least something else to deal with and learn about and maybe get a permit for as a developer. But those are not part of the zoning atlas. They don't regulate any of the variables that we track in terms of the dimensions of lots or size of buildings or 1 versus 5 family structures. There is some research out there from other experts around the country who have looked at life safety and energy codes and to what extent they have some impact on the cost of housing. They're definitely much secondary to zoning regulations, but there are maybe a few things in the building code that contribute to the cost of housing. A very popular one that researchers are talking a lot about now is multiple stairway requirements in multifamily buildings. That ends up using a lot of space and requiring an interior corridor. So in Europe, for instance, building codes don't require that, at least up to a certain height. So there's possibly some potential for reform there.
Thank you. What about these? You kind of touched a little bit about places going above and beyond kind of like the soil requirements of the area, right? So they're saying, you can only have one lot per or one unit per acre, let's say, when when the ground could sustain 3 units per acre or something like that. Do you think that, in my town, we definitely only look at like like lot size acre. But I recently heard from someone in one of the towns I represent that they are much more focused on not saying necessarily a lot unit per acre, but saying like unit per soil type or like per acre kind of a thing. Did you? Sure. Did you do any research as far as of how widespread that effort is to say like we're going to set some metrics for size based on soil types or the conditions on the ground versus where we like to centrally plan and we just think that 200 foot frontage looks best or whatever kind of a thing, and so that's what they impose. Did you do any of that kind of research?
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of variation there. Quite a few communities vary minimum lot sizes or frontages or maximum densities by availability of utilities, water and sewer, and by soil type. So Londonderry, for instance, does a little of both. So there's if you have sewer, you don't look at the soil map, but if you don't, then you do look at the soil map to determine what the density is. In the large majority of cases, municipalities are requiring a lower density than the DES requires for septic. So it is still soil-based, but it's not necessarily exactly the same as what the state says is an acceptable density to allow efficient septic. So.
Representative McConkey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In that conversation, you haven't actually tallied who those towns are, have you?
I have. This is in the data set. We have a we look at whether the minimum lot size can vary by other conditions, and we just say, we have the average minimum lot size over the conditions, and then we have like the minimum, like under ideal conditions, what would your minimum lot size be, and then the maximum under the worst possible conditions, what would your minimum lot size be? So that's all in this vast spreadsheet that we've put together.
Thank you. That'd be worth seeing. Thank you.
Yeah, and when does that come out?
It's supposed to come out next month. I've heard the date March 20 floated, but it could be, we'll have to see, right? The website is still being built, so we don't know for certain. But yeah, the data set is large. We've got about 200 variables, and there are over 2,000 zoning districts. So it's well over 400,000 individual pieces of data. So there's a lot to dig into
Sounds
there.
like a lot of intern hours.
Yeah.
Are you interested in coming back when
Yes.
that comes out with maybe your counterpart from St. A's?
Absolutely.
Present on more in detail on that. So
Yeah.
probably the end of March,
Yeah.
or early
Yeah.
April.
Happy to do that.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so I feel like we've had a long packed day. I've learned a lot. I think that maybe we can come back in a few weeks and discuss before we have more presentations about what we learned, kind of refresh our memories on stuff and go forward. But I kind of have a couple things that I'd like to look at in the RSAs. So, but if you have any suggestions of people to come present about housing, I think Representative Gibbs suggested a few. Just feel free to send them my way and I can get them scheduled. Okay. Oh, yep. So can you block off, where is it?
17th and.
Yes, the morning of the 17th. Yeah, well, not the afternoon, but the morning,
Not the afternoon.
in case you're doing recreational activities.
Green eggs in hand, right?
Yes, start with green eggs. March, I'm looking at March 17th from 9 to noon. It's 9 to noon. We wouldn't go in the afternoon.
Unless we do the 24th and the 31st.
But definitely March 31st. Please block that off. I have people coming from Virginia, a think tank in Virginia. Yep.
We'll keep the 17th up in the air then.
Representative Baruti doesn't want to meet on the 17th.
Leave it open?
It's gonna be a committee, it's gonna be a day. Yeah. Perfect. Well, if there isn't anything else, I'd like to adjourn. Thanks, guys.